X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who spit facts online all the time.
Can you see it? All the ones who drag my name every single day. Can you see it? Can you see it? Can you see it? They keep saying you don't have what it takes to carve out your own name underneath the shadows of gods. And I keep waiting for the day disbelievers say I flew way too close to the sun. I wait, but it never really comes. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who spit facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all right shackled mind. Why do they just stand there against when they fall from the battles I have overcome? You feel it, feel the cope and the seething tone that they make while I stand up, man among gods. And I keep vaping with my mill, shooting ropes in my cold that faces towards the sun. They hate, but I'm sitting comfy with their mom. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all that shackled mind. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all right shackled minds. It's you and me, your mom, it's me. I'll take another hit from my name. You'll see now, watch me not now, punch your face now. Show you how.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to the stream. Day number 3 of streaming all in a row. Pretty crazy, huh? Oh yeah, I did shave. It's not like a clean shave or anything, it's just with my, my little shaver thingy. Feels good. I like having a much more clean-shaven face. I've just not kept up with it for a little while for some reason. Mostly because of travel. And then I got back from traveling and I got sick. And that wasn't too fun at all. Shaved face looks really nice. Thank you, I appreciate it. Hi Zan, I can't be here long because I'm in my work lunch break, but yo, I finally made it to an actual stream. Oh, well thank you for coming to the stream forever, however long you can stay. Thank you so much. Hello there, Cryptid T, Daughter of Water, Orther's Dork, Njord, Minimum Volts, welcome back, good to see ya. Levy, good to see you as well. Lord Dracula, what's up? Zoomy Dog, good to see you. Coin Dog, what's up? Reaganator, good to see you again. Roundabout, how are you doing? Lucky Otter, I hope you're doing well. Water, what's up? Prancing Goldfish, good to see you. Dan Share, good to see you in chat. Lilithian, what's up? Wingo, good to see you. Sticks No Badger, welcome, welcome. Jill S, good to see you in chat. Volfia, what's up? What's up? Nether Cat, hello. Murray Spare, good to see you. TSW the Shadow Wolf, how are you? A Pillow, good to see you. Mr. Nubs, what's up? JDubs91, good to see ya. Cleaver120, Lucky Otter, Rask, B Lefty. So good to see all you guys. Hey, Lauren Walker over in YouTube chat, Professor Locketex, Keldo Head, Brady DeCarlo, Beanbag141, Jay Xander, Val DeShark, Nate Harrison, Octos Elise, Alias, Kira. Hello, everybody. If you're watching in YouTube chat, by the way, consider coming to the website, xanderhall.com/live. I've got an on-screen chat there, as you can see, with custom emotes, custom pronoun additions as well. You can have your own pronouns in the chat so I can see with a color code what pronouns to use to refer to you. And we've even got non-traditional pronouns. You choose the gray option where you have ask/me. And that's where you specify what your pronouns are. You know, we know to ask, right? So it's a pretty good system, I think. We've got a pretty good architecture for the website, and I think it's worth checking out. But if you're watching and you're enjoying, consider dropping a like. The thumbs up over on the YouTube stream really do go a long way and really mean a lot. Seriously, it helps so much. Keffels confirms Zan will be doing a community crossover with her for Zanmiss. What, is that real? I didn't know this was going to happen, but I mean, yeah, I'm down to do that. Does Keffels want to join my Zanmiss thing? Is that real? Or are you trolling? I'd love to get another big streamer in their community on the Zanmiss server. When we do 12 Days of Christmas? I don't remember that. I don't think I've, like, directly talked to Keffels in a hot minute. Not for any, like, bad reasons or anything. I've just been busy, and I think she's been busy, so we haven't directly spoken in a couple weeks. But yeah, she's absolutely welcome to do that. Yeah, that sounds fun as hell. My back. Maybe we could get Vosh to join again. The way Annie said it was that it was like a thing that was probably going to happen and in full discussions. Yeah, I thought that was like... Oh, I got a burp. Sorry, I'm drinking Monster. God help me. I thought like she'd said something on stream. Larry Banks 78, thank you for the tier 2 sub. I really appreciate it. I am going to assume that's a 1-monther. Thank you for the $10. Correct me if I'm wrong. Said, yo, Zan, hope your stream goes well. Also, when it comes to Eric July, not only is his comics not as popular as he claims, but he is going through a lawsuit. Yeah, I heard that. I'm going to go through a list of the drama that he's dealing with that somebody sent Cherry, and Cherry sent to me. Thank you so much. Deterra Dude, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the $5. Very based and kind of you. Didn't say anything, but regardless, I really do appreciate it, and it helps a lot. And remember, guys, you guys don't even have to donate or gift a sub or give me money in any way to support me. You can support me for totally free just by hitting the like button over on YouTube. Financial donations really help and are always appreciated, but no matter what, if you can drop a like, it really helps a lot. Well, you'll have to link that to me whenever I'm doing the segment. Zan, will you be at TwitchCon, by the way? Guys, I've said time and time again, I never get notified or invited to any of these events. This is my first time hearing that TwitchCon is supposed to be soon. Is it too late to get tickets? I don't even I'm not in a financial position to buy tickets right now. I gotta move. It's already sold out? Okay. Yeah, no, I don't... We need to start telling you way earlier. It's in 4 days. Yeah, I had no idea, and I never do until I see that all my streamer friends are posting pictures at VidCon and TwitchCon. I never get invited or notified or anything. Yeah, I'm kind of glad I wasn't there last year to see, what's her name? Fucking break her back. Jesus Christ. Good lord. I always feel so bad when Zan eats McDonald's or something on stream. Like, why can't I just cook a steak and send it to him? Aw, thank you, chat. I appreciate it. That'd be funny. Oh yeah, they didn't know that you need to do a trampoline and stuff under the foam pit, right? It was just not enough foam. They didn't put enough foam. They could have just used more. I wish I was like that for Y'all Fest, Xanderhall. It's a young adult literature festival in Charleston because I wouldn't be torturing myself about my dad's 50th birthday. Well, I'm sorry to hear that. What's up? Hey there, regular dude 313. God, I'm gonna turn off this light because it's really straining my eyes and making it hard to, like, keep them open while I stream. I don't know why, but lately, like, I've been having a hard time keeping my eyes open and looking at stream whenever I've got, like, my lights on. Zan VidCon is June 26th to June 29th, 2024. Yeah, I'll forget that. I need to, like, get a calendar and set that as a date that I get, like, a reminder of each, like, month coming towards it, so I know to buy tickets. And then I need to be able to mark the ticket date, like, the second the tickets become available. The problem is, like, I'd also like to know what streamers and content creators I know are going to be going, too. I know a few people are going to be going to TwitchCon this year, because they go every year. I should have remembered, it's always in October. Damn. Peepo's sad. Keffels is going? Yeah. Where is it? Where's it supposed to be? LA? I wouldn't be able to go this year regardless, because I spent so much money on my trip to Florida. I didn't want to, but it's just kind of how it turned out. Vegas? It's actually really cheap to fly to Vegas. It's more expensive to fly out. $229 for a 3-day ticket? I think next year. Honestly, no homo, but I think Zan looks really handsome with his current long hair. This isn't my long hair. This is like a little... It's kind of long. Like, it's definitely grown out a bit because I got my hair cut in Florida and it's been a couple weeks, but I would like it shorter. But this is nowhere near long. When it's long, the sides are fucking long too, and it's awful. But yeah, I like to get it way shorter than this. If I could, I'd just, like, put perma-bald on my head so I could just lose all my hair permanently on top of my head and be bald all the time. And I would just, like, either rock the Walter White or wear wigs whenever I feel like having hair, you know? Because I honestly could do without having hair most of the time. It's kind of a pain in the fucking ass. It really is. If we pump up donations, Zan can maybe go to TwitchCon this year. Not this year. No, I cannot go this year. It's probably already too late. Zan with blonde hair was peak. Oh, we'll be going back to the white hair when I hit 100,000 subs. Chat, starting tomorrow, me and Cherry are going to be returning to 3 video uploads a day, which means I'm going to be streaming way more. And when I do stream, the streams are going to be longer with more segments. It's necessary to produce that many videos. So we're going to be doing another minimum of 6 segments streamed today, just like yesterday and the day before that. And tomorrow is going to be the start of triple uploads again. And the goal is by New Year's, by the time we get to 2024, for me to be at 100,000 subs. We are less than 10K away now. We are 90% of the way there. I think we can do it. Nice, just make sure you don't burn out, though. I won't burn out. I enjoy streaming. I do. The reasons why I usually don't stream are threefold. There's usually a combination of 3 reasons that have made it so that my stream schedule has always been so sporadic and on and off. A big one was family issues. Obviously, I've made my family stuff very public, so whenever I have my mom visiting or when I was living with my mom, it was always a very stressful environment, and you guys might not know this until you've done a presentation kind of thing, but it's really hard to be chipper and entertaining on stream when your real-life family stuff is stressing you out. It's really hard, and many days I just wouldn't stream because of that. And now that's not really an issue because I'm living on my own, but nice, right? Another big thing was health issues. Ever since I got COVID, I've been dealing with sporadic long COVID symptoms. I have long COVID still, it's still a thing. And most days now, and for the last few months, 4 months maybe, have been good. Most days are good. But then there's a span of 2 or 3 real bad days where I'm just sick. Just real goddamn sick. And I can't stream. And those just happen every once in a while. And they're getting less common, but it's just a long COVID thing. And I'm hoping by next year it's not a problem anymore. But it's getting to be less of a problem as time goes by, right? It seems like it's improving. And the final thing is ADHD. I have pretty bad ADHD, and sometimes that leads to me outright, like, forgetting to, like, schedule stream at the right time. Sometimes it leads to me procrastinating stuff and putting it off, and it's just kind of hard to, like, force yourself to do stuff whenever you've got ADHD. Those 3 things have been a pretty significant hindrance, but I've got good news for you guys. I live alone, so no family issues, and I'm also moving into my own house starting next year, at the beginning of next year. So, extra, no issue with that. Number 2, my health problems are getting progressively better. They're already quite manageable, but they're getting progressively better as I get further from my infection date with COVID. And that's just been kind of consistently happening. And number 3, I'm going to be looking into talking to a psychologist, or I should say therapist, and getting diagnosed with, as an adult with ADHD. I got diagnosed with it when I was a kid. I want to get diagnosed with it as an adult, get my, prescription for some, medication to help my ADHD symptoms that cause me a lot of, issues. And, with those things handled, we should be good. You need to do that? What the fuck? Are you asking, as a question, or are you asking it, is that, rhetorical? Hey, Xana, have you been smoking that gas station weed? No, I actually have a pretty good dispensary I go to. Xan, get a psychiatrist? Chat. What kind of is it psychologist, psychiatrist, or therapist? Which of these things do you go to get diagnosed and get prescribed and all that shit and have your ADHD dealt with? I want to get, a therapist just as, just somewhere to vent, because it's just kind of healthy and a good thing to do. Psychiatrist. Okay, so psychiatrist. Okay. A therapist can refer you to a psychiatrist for meds. Okay, so just cut that whole thing out for psychiatrists to get the ADHD handled faster. Okay, so the psychiatrist can actually write prescriptions. Cool, cool, cool. Good memes. Oh yeah, Cherry, we can do that tonight if you want. That'd be a cool project to get finished tonight. Get my ADHD solved. All that aside, though, my reason for saying this is that I'm back from Florida, and the grind begins. It is going to be non-stop grind until the end of the year, alright? We're going to get 100,000 plus subs by New Year's. I want to be sitting pretty at 100,000 subs by the time we start 12 Days of Christmas. 12 days of Xanmis, I should say. That's the goal. We need 1,000 subs a week. I think we can manage it. I think we could manage 1,000 subs in a few days. It really depends on, like, having really good days. There are days where we could gain a few hundred subs, you know? Like, if we really put in the work to finding good topics to cover that get a lot of attention, I think we can do it. Did you get more subs when you when that hit piece was made about you? Every time a hit piece is made about me, I get more subs, yeah. Yeah, I something that you guys might notice is that I'm pretty ban happy. I have a reputation for it. And that may seem like it's over the top, but whenever I get a big hit piece on me or there's drama that's like really stupid, trying to like make me look bad, I never lose subs. Because I always just kind of, as they arrive and start causing minor problems, cull those types of people out of my fan base so that they don't all leave in one big wave and cause us like a big hit to my channel at one time, which YouTube will see as a bad thing for your channel and hurt you for and punish you for. So as long as you just kind of cull them away as they arrive, like people who have meltdowns in chat because they slightly misunderstand something you said, insta-ban them, and you're saving yourself a lot more trouble when 100 people like that or 1,000 people like that all get angry at you in the future for some stupid hit piece someone made and unsub from you, and that sub loss harms your channel and gets your channel hurt in the algorithm. It leads to slightly slower growth, as you guys can probably tell, but I've never had a massive sub loss because of a drama. Yeah, I discovered Zan because I watch Vosh and Keffels. Hell yeah. Well, hopefully you're based. YouTube algorithms and capitalism promoting perverse incentives. F. It be like that. Congrats on 90K. Thank you. I appreciate it. Do we have time for a... Yeah, we got a little bit of time for a pre-segment stun lock. Okay, chat. I found out what the problem is with my upper back. For those that don't know, ever since... Not since I had COVID. I genuinely don't think this back pain started when I had COVID. I think it started a couple weeks later. Maybe like 2 or 3 weeks later. I remember having it... My first memory of having the back pain was while I was in Seattle. Like, so it was definitely probably set in after I got COVID. But this seems to be a long COVID symptom, because I've looked into it and it's very common for this exact area to experience the exact type of pain I'm feeling as a symptom of long COVID. It apparently attacks the muscles, or more accurately, makes your body attack itself, your muscles being one of them. And so, let me see if I can like turn and show you guys the parts of my body that I'm talking about here. So, oh yeah, there we go. That hurts. So right here is like extraordinarily, oh, it hurts. It hurts to turn like this, chat. Oh, it hurts to turn like that. But on both sides of my, like, middle back, on either side of my spine, like over my shoulder blades, there's like a clump of hard muscle. And it's like a deep, deep pain all the way down to the, oh. I actually pulled a muscle in my lower back turning like that. That wasn't actually mostly upper back pain. That was just me turning in a weird and stupid way. But yeah, I hope that gave you guys a bit more of an idea of what I'm talking about. But if you put your hands on those muscles, like just straight up on those muscles on your upper back, on like above your shoulder blade, that little like bump, and you feel it, and then you take a deep breath in, and then you take a deep breath out, as deep as you can, you'll notice that your back like expands, like your back expands outwards and inwards with your inhale and exhale reverse, but you know what I mean, right? My back muscles are so locked up that when I try to inhale, it like prevents my back from expanding any further, particularly my upper back, and I can't take full deep inward breaths. And the same, it's sort of a reverse but sharper kind of feeling when I try to fully exhale too. And it's really painful. Not like, it's not really painful, like unbearably painful. It's like, it just doesn't go away. It doesn't go away, and it actively limits my breathing. And it's been like this for at least 6 months now. Might want to get that checked out. Yeah, I've been meaning to, but I am really one of those people that just lets problems with my, like, health just sit until I absolutely can't leave it any longer. It's America. That's how it is, you know? Like, if you aren't actively dying, you don't seek medical help. That's just how it is in this country. Do not do that. I know it's America, but please don't do that. It's so scary. I mean, like, when it comes to, like, body pains and stuff, if I have, like, an obvious tumor or something, I'm gonna go straight to the hospital. But, like, I mean, just, like, with back pain and getting sick, like, unless I am really, like, unless I absolutely have to go, and I know I have to go, I'm not going to the doctor or to the emergency room or to a hospital or anything. And that's how most people are in America. You know that, like, the minimum amount you're likely to pay for an ambulance ride to the hospital is $500, right? And that's just to get to the hospital. Is the reason we need free healthcare? Yeah. People keep getting mad every time I bring it up, but I'm pretty certain even Bernie has admitted this would have to be the case for his, suggestions for a single-payer healthcare program, that there would still be a pretty significant tax burden that would pass on to the middle class. It wouldn't just be like all the billionaires pay for all of it, like you would think. Even with them paying an insane tax percentage, a fair amount of tax burden would still come down to the middle class. And while that's, you know, on the surface it doesn't sound good, I keep emphasizing it would be less than people pay now for insurance and out-of-the-pocket medical expenses and savings and having to put away savings in the case of an emergency, like an emergency health situation. So yes, up front it would cause a problem. In the long run, or not a problem, but it would, you know, cost more in taxes. In the long run, it would be a massive money saver for the vast majority of middle-class Americans. It's just on the surface, they would see their taxes go up. Xanderhall, correct, but as long as X tax increase is less than Y cost of insurance, you're saving money. Yeah, but people are stupid, and they'd rather pay more insurance than more taxes. Like, what? It's just as simple as that. What else can I say? Taxes are a dirty word to a lot of Americans. When you buy insurance, it feels like a mutual transaction. Paying taxes feels like you're being robbed. To a lot of Americans, it does. It's unfortunate, but it's why the idea of paying taxes for better society is so unpopular in America. Taxes are a dirty word here. They always have been. They've been a dirty word since the founding of this country. The only way to get free healthcare is to use the fucking Dragon Balls. Yeah, you gotta wish for free healthcare. With the Dragon Balls. All I know about Dragon Ball Z is that you can get all the Dragon Balls and then you can wish for anything. Right? Is that how it works? I would wish to have all the Dragon Balls all the time forever and no one else can get them. That would be my wish. Easy win. Easy real-life God mode. As a kid, I wanted them so I could turn into a girl. That's a very trans child thing to want. God, when I wish for infinite wishes. the genie I let out of its bottle when I wish for infinite wishes. Alright, hear me out. This has always been my idea if I ever found a genie in a bottle, okay? Not making any wishes. First wish. Wishing for it to be free. Seeing if it appreciates that so much that it becomes my bro. Kind of like a Jake and Prismo thing. And see if I can just have a bro capable of manifesting things into reality. At his whim. That would be the way, I think. I think that's the method. Not even considering not letting him free. Just immediately being like, oh, I wish for you to be free. And see how thankful he is. I feel like that would be the way to get essentially infinite wishes. I figured this out watching Aladdin when I was 7. Lamau Zanderhall, you never watched Once Upon a Time. They do that and the genie steals the king's girl / tries. I don't have a girl, so there's no one to steal. What do you mean? The easy solution is don't have a girlfriend or a wife. There you go. Not like I can wish for one. Yeah, just be single. The genie has no reason to try to fuck you over. But what if the genie is evil? Kill it? I don't know. Yeah, I'd become the genie. That would be the monkey's paw if you ask for infinite wishes as you become a genie. That is actually a really cool way to explain why genies exist. They're people who asked a genie for infinite wishes. And it turns you into a genie. That's great. You just came up with some dope lore. I'm stealing that if I ever end up writing a story. Alright, you all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. So, today we're going to be talking about a disturbing story. A really bizarre and potentially going to end with a really sad resolution story. You see, there is a very popular white supremacist and race realist blogger, I guess you would call him, YouTuber, streamer type, named J.F. Gariepi. Jean-Francois Gariepi. Now, you could probably tell by his name that he's French. Canadian. Okay. Oh. All right. Whew. French Canadian. He's French Canadian. Ugh. Fuck, that was hard to get through. I'm sorry. He is one of those people, and he's also a horrific white supremacist. Now, I know this guy from back when he was particularly relevant in, like, the Destiny sphere. When he was, like, debating Destiny and debating, like, debate streamers and whatnot. More back in, like, 2018, 2017, in that era. And the thing that he had become quite famous for during that time, within the lefty sphere that would make fun of him, was his tendency to fantasize and post about his desire to marry, and I believe I'm directly quoting here, a non-functional autistic woman that he can travel around the country with and have sex with at his will. It was something along those lines. there was like a really big court case with one of his partners back in the day where they had to determine whether or not she was mentally capable of making decisions for herself and consenting to a relationship and sex with a neurotypical person, and he managed to win the case and continue to... her parents were suing him because they felt that he was grooming her and like, you know, manipulating her because of, you know, her very severe autism, and he won in the court case and gained essentially protective custody of her, I guess it would be. And yeah, just a really disgusting line of events that I've kind of like blacked out of my head from back in the day, because it's really just one of the most disgusting things that has happened on all of the internet. The parents got a conservatorship over her. Is that no longer the case? Either way, I don't know all the details here, because this is stuff that I've very much tried to stick in the vault of my mind and keep out of my head for a while now. I actually don't even know if that's the same person relevant to the story we're about to read. Xanderhall, oh yeah, Balth would know about this because Balth was, you know, like in that sphere at the same time as me. Xanderhall, he groomed an autistic woman. There was a case. He lost. Her parents were trying to get temporary guardianship, and they won permanent guardianship and kept her from him. Oh, okay, so that's how it actually went. Thank you, I appreciate it. And didn't he, like, also post about how he wanted to fantasize, or how he was fantasizing about, I think it was like chain fucking barely legal girls up these... It was just some weird shit. This guy's got a bizarre sexual history that is very public, and a long list of scandals involving his relationships that goes back a real long way. I genuinely don't think I can do it justice. New Zan clip that just dropped. Fantastic. Okay. Anyway, this is the title of the article. White supremacist vlogger JF Gariepi, partner, has been missing since June. Now, I've been seeing posts about this for a while now, and I thought, you know, this probably isn't anything super serious. This probably isn't going to turn out to be anything. But now that it's been a few months, things are looking pretty serious. There's no way this is just a internet drama or rumor anymore. And we've got relatively well-known media outlets writing articles about it, so it may be worth talking about. Elora Patuone, of course it's a French-Canadian name too, 30 years old, was last seen 2 days after Gariepi dropped her off at a gas station for a mysterious trip. Oh, we can listen to the article. Interesting.
White supremacist vlogger Jean-Francois Gariepi's partner has been...
No, we're not doing that. Canadian police put out a call this month for information about an internet-famous woman who has been missing since June. Elora Patine, 30, was last seen on June 19th, 2 days after her partner dropped her off at a gas station. But while investigators seek information on the high-priority file, scores of YouTubers say they're already familiar with Patine, that she's the partner of 39-year-old JF Gariepi, a French-Canadian white nationalist internet personality who has called for a white ethno-state and hosted white supremacist figures like Richard Spencer on live streams. To JF's fans, Patine is known as Mama JF, a recurring figure in Gariepi's videos. Her disappearance has led to friction on the right, with some personalities suggesting foul play, while Gariepi says video evidence puts him in the clear of any crime. Gariepi has suggested Patine's disappearance is evidence that men should have more legal control over their wives. Cool. He and Patine are not legally married, but he said in a recent video that he considers her to be his wife. Reached for comment, Gariepi told the Daily Beast that Patine was traveling. The self-appointed journalists who are... this is a quote from him, I guess. Quote, the self-appointed journalists who are today interested in the case of a free woman who has decided to travel, which they seek to present to you as a case of male foul play, are the very same people who were interested years ago at smearing the same male with lies, he said in an email. That should tell you all you need to know about the seriousness of the concerns of these people. I assume he's referring to the case he lost in regards to trying to marry and gain a guardianship of his ex. She has gone on a trip and she left no trace behind, and she got rid of, apparently, anything that could help track her, including her credit cards and cell phone, Gary Eppy told a YouTuber in an interview this month. Quote, Mama JF chose to go another way, went off-grid on her own volition. That's a project she's been working on and preparing for many years, and I have respected her liberty in doing so. So she chose to go, and now the police are looking for her because she has given no news to anyone, and she could be dead. She could be dead, or she could be having fun at some party and just didn't hear about her loved ones are worried about her. This is the most insane bullshit I've ever heard as an excuse. Yes, she just dropped everything in her entire life and went out into the world on her own with nothing. And, you know, I respected her decision. She's a free woman. She's out there living her life. She's probably at a party, you know? Evil women, am I right? Men should honestly have more control over their wives. If I could control her every action, then, you know, maybe she'd be here now. But I let her do her own thing. Guarantee, if she is dead and they find her body somewhere, I know exactly what his excuse will be. His excuse will be, someone else killed her because she was a woman out in the world on her own, and if she had the protection of her husband, as all women should, then she would be alive. That is guaranteed going to be his response if that happens. There is a bright possibility she's in hiding. I mean, she would probably make a statement, especially if the police are looking for her. Guys, the police are looking for her. There's a police investigation, apparently. That means something's up. If she would know if she was being looked for by the police. What is this? JF back in April. To celebrate Bitcoin rising to 30K and the leftists seething in my replies in response to facts about women, we have slaughtered a cow. Here are all the bones from the cow. Mama JF is preparing to boil those in order to extract all their delicious nutrients. And then Nick DiOrio quote tweeted it saying, I have been thinking a lot about how JF knowing exactly how to slaughter a cow into pieces on his kitchen countertop. No reason in particular, just thinking. Gary Eppy said Patine has long expressed an interest in off-grid living, and, well, I mean, if she's, like, boiling the marrow out of cow bones, that's actually somewhat believable. And took one such trip several years ago. In a separate video this month, Gary Eppy recounted Patine's trip from that return from that previous trip. She said, yes, I thought you wanted me to leave, he recalled from her return. That is sometimes the state of delusion in the female mind, and I can't do anything about this. I have zero control over this. If we were in the society, the Christian society of 1920, maybe I could file some report and say, hey, my wife is a little crazy. She's a little out there. Can I control? Can I own her, basically? Wow, just proving exactly the claim I made earlier correct about this guy. Wait, I meant this. Chain fucking... Okay, it's the meme clip of me. Cool. By Gary Eppy's telling, Patine began expressing plans to take a trip in May, when she purchased camping equipment. She did not tell him how long she'd be gone, 2 weeks or forever. On June 17th, he says, she asked him to drop her off at a gas station near a bridge that is popular with hitchhikers. He did so in front of a gas station camera, he says. He says she remained in contact with him for the next 2 days before telling him she'd changed her plans and that she would be discarding her phone. The Royal Canadian Mounted Police released a similar timeline of Patine's last sightings. She was seen on June 17th in the Prince Edward Island town of Borden Charlton, they said, and spotted again on June 19th in Moncton, New Brunswick, approximately an hour from Borden Carlton. When her trail vanishes. Her absence was also noted in Gary Eppy's videos. Patine was also known to Gary Eppy's audience and to his critics, particularly for a 2019 incident in which she appeared to accuse someone of attempted murder. That person appeared to be Gary Eppy's guest. "No, seriously, you tried to kill me, okay?" Patine said in the video, "and I'm fucking sick," inaudible. "You always follow me everywhere, and you say you want to make spiritual movement, but you fucking tried to kill me for 2 years, okay? You're a fucking psychopath, man." Gary Eppy ushered her off screen, explaining to the audience that Mama JF mistakes, quote, the guest for someone who has committed acts of violence against her, so that's why you see her currently sad. In June, Gary Eppy made a video acknowledging that Patine had left him, suggesting that she had opted for street life in a city over life as a housewife. "Even when you get to that point, with Bitcoin reserves and everything, they will still choose to go to the city and be a crack whore," Gary Eppy said. "That is just what women are. They are all crack whores deep inside, and some of them can hide it for temporary amounts of time for a specific purpose, if they have a plan. I'm not even talking here specifically about Mama JF. This guy is a professional misogynist. God damn, that is impressive." He described embarking on a deep clean of his house after Patine left. Those comments have drawn scrutiny from other far-right personalities. Ram Z. Paul, a far-right vlogger, called Gary Eppy's story very weird and noted that, quote, "Your immediate action was to deep clean and sanitize your home," unquote, could look to an outsider, quote, "like you never expected her to return," unquote. In an interview with a YouTuber this month, Gary Eppy defended the cleaning. Quote, "I cleaned my house when Mama JF was gone," Gary Eppy said. "If you don't understand why, you probably have been single forever. Everyone knows that a female has a lot of imprint onto a house. They do a lot of crazy stuff. Sometimes they play with water. Sometimes it gets into the electronics. I mean, Mama JF, he's talking about women like they're 2-year-olds. It's actually insane. I mean, Mama JF has broken 2 of my laptops just playing with water. So when a woman leaves the house and she has controlled the fridge, she has controlled the plates, she has controlled the placement of all the tools in the kitchen for years, you come back to your home, you look at it, and you want to reshape it in the way you want. So I reshaped the home when I came back from dropping off Mama JF, and holy shit did it felt comfortable." Quote, "After years of having a packed fridge, I love a fridge that there's lots of space." He's French-Canadian, so barely literate, so, you know, he can barely speak, so, you know, bear with me as I try to choke out the way that this guy speaks English. "I love to have so much space that I can put my arm in it and reach for my Diet Pepsi can that's in the center of it. I couldn't do that with Mama JF and all of her lettuces and her carrots and her beets. So yes, I did clean my house when an important event in my life happened, which is what my wife went on a trip, and I will never know if she would come back. Ramsey Paul has been a guest on my show before," unquote. Gary Eppy continued, quote, "I didn't expect to be betrayed like this, but the investigators didn't fall for this crap," unquote. Gary Eppy says he never reported Patine's absence to the police because he believes it is voluntary. Quote, "Honestly, I don't even know if she wants to be found, and that is something you have to weigh if you're in this situation," he said in a video. But sometime in late September or early October, someone apparently reported her disappearance. Quote, "This launched a whole investigation that I've been involved in for, I don't know, maybe 4 days, 5 days, Gary Eppy said in an October 4th video. "I don't know, but the feds are coming regularly to my house. They are waking me in the morning. I sleep late. They wake me up every morning. There are days when they come once. There are days when they come twice. There's always a truck of the feds in front of my house." That means he's very much a suspect. Hi, Mogminer. Gary Eppy said investigators have seen proof of his account of events, including footage from the gas station where he agreed to drop Patine. He added that Patine might be in Peru or Morocco, and that she might purposefully avoid detection by police. RCMP was not immediately able to comment on Gary Eppy's remarks. Gary Eppy has been involved in previous legal cases with women, all of them in civil court. The Daily Beast previously reported. During a contentious child custody battle in the US, a now ex-wife accused Gary Eppy of threatening to take their child to Canada. Ugh. During the custody case, an undergraduate Duke University student testified that Gary Eppy had conducted an inappropriate sexual relationship with her when he was employed as a researcher at the school, and she was working as his research assistant. The student alleged emotional abuse by Gary Eppy. Gary Eppy is no longer with Duke, which declined to comment on the circumstances of his departure, citing university policy. Gary Eppy previously told the Daily Beast that the relationship was consensual. During that custody case, which he lost, Gary Eppy also became embroiled in a guardianship battle over a 19-year-old whom he described as his fiancée. The teenager had autism and had been assessed by a counselor as having, quote, the social and mental maturity of a 10 or 11-year-old child. I don't like the infantilization, but that hits pretty hard if you're trying to make a case in court for why this guy should not be able to be with that girl. The teenager lived with Gary Eppy for 3 weeks, during which time, quote, we were trying to make a baby, unquote. Yeah, okay, now I remember what the quote was. He said he wanted to make babies with barely legal girls. Up and down was it East Coast? I forget which coast it was. That was the quote from him. Yeah. And he described, the words were, make babies, because he's, you know, weird with how he talks. He later testified in court. The teenager's parents, who sued for guardianship of the young woman and won, said she had returned home frightened under the mistaken belief that she was pregnant. In a video after the court cases, Gary Eppy lamented that a person's public statements could be used against them in custody battles, stating that, quote, that is a problem that a white ethno-state could solve. Damn, he is just the most mask-off of all Nazis, isn't he? Just full-on open about, like, the sexual deviancy and the desire to be a predator, how they want to, like, get into power so they can do it. He's just not very good at keeping the mask on. And as the RCMP put out calls for information on Patine this month, Gary Eppy drew lessons from her disappearance. After tweeting about the missing persons case earlier this month, Gary Eppy made a video in which he read some of the replies to his tweet. Quote, did everyone's girl lose her shit this summer? Mine went full postpartum bonkers in August. He read from one fan's reply. Quote, and I said, that's the cost of female liberty. Quote, 50,000 policemen, full-time salary, nationwide searches. We could feed the homeless 1 billion times. Ah, yes, very in favor of feeding the homeless, I'm sure he is. Just take our society and just allow some degree of control by thousands, or by husbands unto their wives. Just basic control of some little financial aspects, like, no, you won't travel to Peru, and so I'm going to decide for you that you won't travel to Peru. Just allow some form of control for husbands over their wives, and you're not gonna get events like the Mama JF craziness here. And that is where the article ends, with his quote. So his wife is missing, has not been seen in months, and his response is, husbands need to have more control over their wives and stuff like this won't happen. Yeah, just genuinely fucked. Just a whole through and through fucked situation, and I can't really say much else. I really hope we get a happy ending to all this and she's not dead. Or kidnapped or something like that, and she just ends up turning up not knowing that she's been, you know, being searched for by the police. But, man, do I hope JF Gary Eppy doesn't get to be on the streets much longer doing the predator shit that he does. Because he might be the most perfect example of a conservative I've ever seen. Just blatantly a predator, open about how his politics are all just a method for him to fulfill his predator desires. Very, very bad stuff. What do you guys think of that segment? Besides the pretty downer subject matter, I feel like it came out pretty good. Good to see all of you guys. Hello, hello. Oh, goddamn, Mogminer. You're dropping that notch money. Holy shit. Goddamn. Mogminer with the $50 donation. Holy shit. Thank you so much. Says, the genie tells you that you can make whatever game you want, but you have the parasocial cost of the popularity. Ooh. What game would I... Okay. The perfect game is a VR game that is a fantasy RPG, MMO, that is extremely hyper-realistic graphically. Or not, like, hyper-realistic, but stylized and looks beautiful. Enough so that, like, not like SAO, but basically just, like, World of Warcraft or like, D&D. Mostly just, like, D&D or, like, Baldur's Gate as an MMO in VR. And like, having the VR be very functional and very well working. I'd honestly say Saints and Sinners is one of the best functioning VR games I've ever played. I would love for a VR, massive open world MMO RPG in, like, a fantasy setting. That is my dream game. Like, where you can just, like... That is genuinely my dream game. That's honestly what I'd wish for, Mogminer. Thank you so much for the $50. That is an extraordinarily kind donation. Thank you, thank you. And then another $50 from Mogminer. Hot damn. Thank you. Says, bit delayed, sorry. You're a game developer. The genie tells you this. Quote, people will know about you, but only in your own social group. Worth. People will know about you, but only in your own social group. So, like, in my niche? So I'd be maximum popular within my niche. I don't think I'd take that deal. I don't think it's worth it. If I could become the biggest lefty YouTuber, period, right now with the click of a button, but that was my cap and I could never grow larger, I wouldn't hit that button. I would continue to, just go about it organically, because I don't want to just be a lefty YouTuber guy. While that is, like, you know, lefty political content is one of my passions, I love gaming, and I love just talking about media and all sorts of stuff. I like doing IRL content. And, I want to diversify my content and diversify my audience's interests. So I don't think I'd hit that button. I don't think I'd take that wish. Gah running into weirdness when replying. I'm sorry, Mogminer. It may just be like the dissonance of like what's relevant whenever we're in a like whenever the donation's posted and then whenever I read it. And I like forget what the topic was. But thank you so much for the $50, Mogminer. I appreciate it. Orthers Dork, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Very kind of you. Thank you for the $5. Said, I remember being really young and the pandemic hitting, nearly becoming alt-right, and so seeing where you are now is really inspiring to me. Oh, I really appreciate the kindness. I'm glad that you were able to get out of your era of political cringe. I'm very glad you were able to get out of that, and I really hope to see you grow and evolve politically throughout your time in my audience. Thank you so much for the support. And Mogminer with a final $10 donation. Hot damn, thank you so much. You are so kind. Said, geez, I'm a much better cook than these folk. Hit me up for some recipes. Apparently I managed to donate to a non-live link. Sorry, Zan. Oh, did you donate to a link that... I got those donos. Are there any I missed? Oh goodness, I didn't mean that in reply to your good stuff. Was just trying to figure out how to reply to someone here in the stream chat, Boomer Energy. No, ignore me, sorry. Oh, okay, Mogminer, all you have to do is just type the person's name, or like the first few letters of their name, and then tab. You don't even need to do the @ So for example... See that? That'll light up on your screen. Because I just have to type your name, like, in perfect caps, like in case. It's case sensitive. But you can just press tab after typing the first few letters, and it'll autofill the name. And you can just double tap it and go through to cycle through the names that are similar. I still see a lot of people doing @ people's name, which is completely unnecessary in my chat, so it's nice to be able to remind you guys you don't need to every once in a while. No problem, Mogminer. Those of you guys that don't know, Mogminer is like a celebrity. Mogminer was a Minecraft Java developer. Was. Not currently. So don't yell at them about the state of Minecraft. Don't do that. Be nice. Not currently. But you are a celebrity. You're a celebrity here, Mogminer. We like Minecraft. Oh, my upper back's killing me. I had the luxury of working at Mojang for about a year, then I bailed. You bailed when things started to go downhill. You were there for like that final good year of Mojang being like in its golden era and Minecraft being in its golden era. Like, for all the problems that we all have with Notch, Minecraft was best when Notch was at the helm. It just was. You're not wrong. I like his design philosophy better than Jeb's. I don't know what's in that little green book. I know Notch wasn't behind the creation of that little green book with the creeper face. I wish I could see inside of that thing, and then I wish I could burn it. I really don't like Jeb's design philosophy at all. I think Jeb's a nice guy, seems like a chill dude. Don't like his design philosophy for Minecraft. Zan, have you ever played FF7? FF14 is my first Final Fantasy game ever. I think there's a lot to be said about Minecraft's design that hasn't been. One thing I do appreciate is that it is trying to become something unique. Something that I don't think a lot of people expected it to be years ago. But I don't know if that's entirely a good thing. In a lot of ways. And I don't know if the meta of Minecraft being auto farms is necessarily a good thing. But I don't know. That's a hard question to make, because I think a lot of the dedicated Minecraft community now wouldn't like, say, auto farms being taken away, mob grinders getting taken away, or villager grinders, or just ways of sort of exploiting the game for farms. I don't think people would like those being taken away. I know people on 2B wouldn't. Yeah, the new updates have been good. Like, the ones recently have definitely been good additions, but they feel like they're widening a puddle, right? Like, Minecraft feels very shallow fundamentally, and all the new features, besides, like, netherite and then the new armor trim system, really just feel like they're adding more fat and not more meat to the bone, you know? Casually, I tend to believe that the community is something that has kept Minecraft alive and has been the most valuable part, but the long-term interest has been the back and forth between the community and the developers' goals. Yeah. And I worry... What I think that should be the primary goal for Mojang is incorporating features that add new, never-before-seen functionality to Minecraft that can be iterated on by mods to add things that were never thought possible through modding to the game. So I like seeing when, like, concepts, like, things that I've never seen any mod achieve in Minecraft get added to vanilla, because then mods can do all sorts, like, modders can do all sorts of things with that mechanic being added to the game. And they can do things with it easier. Zan, the book got leaked months back. Holy shit. Oh my god, it did. By Jens. Notch and I worked together on Minecraft for about 1 year, and I've tried to recollect the things he mentioned as inspiration. He would cite games, what kind of gameplay features he liked, and set a direction for the Minecraft universe. He often mentioned Dwarf Fortress, Roller Coaster Tycoon, and Dungeon Master. The real genius was to combine this direction with the interaction model of Infiniminer. I grew up under the influence of Games Workshop products, including 40K, Fantasy Battle, Space Hulk, and Warhammer Quest. As game designer, the games... Yeah, I can kind of see, like, you know, those are definitely inspiring games for Minecraft. Engineering... Minecraft is simple. No, it doesn't need to be simple. I feel like Minecraft's simplicity was like a placeholder. Mogminer, did you ever get the vibe? Because this was the vibe I got. That like Minecraft's simplicity at the time, back then, was a placeholder for future, like, depthening. I don't know. Here's the thing. I don't know. Mogminer, thank you for the additional $10 donation. Oh wait, no, that's the one I already read. My bad. Sorry, I didn't click it away. That's my bad. It's easier to explain on Vox, like voice call. Let me update the dono goal really quick. Thank you all so much for your support so far. You guys have been amazing. Happy enough to jump on really quick. Do you want to do it after I finish my segments today? Because I do have a pretty tight schedule to keep when it comes to getting my my topics done. Ooh. Once I finish doing 5 more topics, you down to hop on? Hell yeah. Alrighty, sounds good. It's gonna be a fun time. Zan, people really need to stop thinking that simple means lacking depth. One Piece is at its core one of the most simple stories I've ever experienced, but it has so much depth within. Sure. But I guess I'm misusing the term simple. I guess think of like the Tekkit pack, the old school Technic pack from back in the day. I think that's simple. But it's also deep. But I don't think Minecraft accomplishes that even today, you know? But they're going the right direction. The auto crafting table is going to basically make a lot of basically automated machinery you would see in tech, like at the Technic pack, possible. One Piece made me have a special interest for Pirate Core. That's saying something. I have been a pirate stan since the best Assassin's Creed game came out, Black Flag, which, by the way, is getting a remake. People are mad because it's getting remade apparently so recently. It's been 10 years. Or it's going to be more than 10 years when it comes out. But this game is the best Assassin's Creed game. Sources say Assassin's Creed publisher is remaking Black Flag. Dude. And it's not a remaster, but a remake. That means they could add content. Do you know how badly I've always wanted those placeholder nothing islands to actually have stuff on them to do and to be able to get off them and like, or get on them and like climb around? Oh. Even if it's identical, but with modern graphics, it'll be worth it. Oh my god. AC4 was the most excited I've been for a game up until Hytale was announced, and I found out about Hytale. It's just the best one, Balth. I'm sorry. It just is. It just is. AC4 gameplay trailer. Dude, this trailer... There were like a few gameplay trailers they put out back in the day. And I would watch these on repeat over and over and over and over and over and over again, dude. I would watch these things non-stop. It was just such a beautiful game. This video, of the 519,000 views this video has, I'm probably 250,000 of them.
Peggy 18.
This was me and all I was watching every day on YouTube when I was waiting for this game to come out as a kid. I was so excited.
Hi, my name is Ashraf Ismail, game director of Assassin's Creed 4.
Imagine this.
And I'm very proud to be showing...
This is from 10 years ago, okay? These graphics, these are right now 10-year-old graphics. Imagine this game remade in a new engine.
Going off the Caribbean open world. Here, we're gonna start with Edward. After completing a few missions, he's met up with the assassins, but he's not yet bought into the creed. So he still has this selfish need for fame and fortune.
I miss when Ubisoft and other studios would do this. They just put out like an uncut, narrated by the game director, like 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes of gameplay. Just random gameplay. And none of this is misrepresentative of the game. This is literally just they did this mission on camera. It wasn't like the game's really just so good they just were able to boot it up, record one mission, put it out as a teaser, and it was exciting.
Edward is one of the most unique characters we've created for the Assassin's Creed universe. He is a man.
I don't know if I'm just getting boomer or whatever, but I don't really understand the graphics hype. I like games being pretty, especially when a big draw of the game is how pretty it is. A big draw of this game is just how beautiful it is. It's fun, and it's like great to play, but one of the best cherries on top is how beautiful it is. And with each year, its beauty kind of pales in comparison to what we have now, but you kind of wish that the game had come out a little later. Same with GTA 5, right? And so the idea of this being completely remade and having modern graphics is very exciting. There are tons of games that work this way, they just don't have the voice track anymore. I've seen it for sure. I kind of miss the game director just kind of talking to you while you watch the trailer. Have you checked out the Helldivers 2 trailer, Zan? Can I shoot you a link on Discord? I've never heard of Helldivers. Kind of reminds me of, just the name kind of reminds me of Iron Lung. Which, by the way, I saw the trailer for that. Markiplier's upcoming movie, Iron Lung. The game director literally narrates them? Oh, that's cool. The new Assassin's Creed looks like a more basic version of the best AC games. They've fallen off dramatically. Yeah, they've in terms of their functionality when it comes to the stealth and stuff like that, they've definitely fallen off. The newest one, Mirage, apparently wasn't very good, and I was excited for that one, but I think I'm gonna skip it. AC4 Remake, though, I'll be picking that up day one. Markiplier movie? Yeah, Markiplier's making a movie. It's gonna be an official Iron Lung movie. Apparently he's directing it and playing the main character. And it's going to break the world record for the most amount of blood ever in a movie. So, that's cool. Makes sense considering it takes place in an ocean of blood on a moon. Since when? It's coming to theaters soon. Do we want to watch the trailer? You can go watch the trailer. It's just Markiplier rising from, like, a giant pool of blood. With some narration, and then the title thing. It's, like, very much a teaser. Yeah, Markiplier posted it yesterday, apparently. Markiplier movie is just nudes from his OnlyFans. Wait, when is it coming? I don't know yet. Oh, it's actually good, Beth? Okay. I've been hearing a lot of people complaining about it, but I should know internet gamers are really stupid and none of their opinions are worth listening to. Okay. Good to hear, Beth. What's your favorite AC game in terms of stealth? In terms of stealth, AC3 and AC4 did it the best. AC3 and 4's stealth was identical, and actually, no. You know what game did it the best? Rogue. Rogue added in the gas things, those little gas grenades, and your dart gun. That was some of the best stealth, because yeah, AC Rogue had some damn good fun stealth, and enemies were going stealth mode against you. You had to listen out for like the whispers, because that was an assassin hiding somewhere nearby, and they'll like air assassinate you down to 1 HP, and then engage you in a fight. Thank you for the link, Mogminer. I gotta do segments now, but I'll check it out whenever we call in a bit. Okay. Getting the next segmentarino ready. Remember, guys, if you enjoy the stream, please consider dropping a like over on YouTube. It really does help a whole lot. It really, really does. And I appreciate every single one of you who hits that thumbs up button. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Alright, everybody. The war, I shouldn't even call it a war. It's more of a genocide Israel is committing against the Palestinian people with disproportionate pushback from Hamas. No support for Hamas. In fact, fuck Hamas. They have recently been caught lining up trucks along the roads to prevent Palestinians from evacuating from the death zone Israel has declared, thus keeping Palestinians from getting to a place where they won't be killed when the timer drops down and Israel glasses that quarter of Gaza. So fuck Hamas. No love for Hamas whatsoever. But also no love for the IDF and the fact that they are, you know, just kind of destroying thousands, millions of people's homes at this point and killing countless, mostly children. Remember, nearly half of the population of Gaza and the West Bank are children. Like under 14, under 15 years old. Mostly kids. So, the fact that there is so much overwhelming, bizarre neo-lib support for this blatant genocide is really weird, especially when it's coming from people who, up until now, have been known for their aggressively progressive takes, even to the extent of annoying most left-wing people. So we're actually going to start by going over some takes that popular celebrities that are not very well liked by conservatives and honestly not even well liked by the left, and what their takes have been on this whole issue, because it's really surprising. We're going to start off with serial joke thief and universally insufferable pop feminist Amy Schumer, who put out this Instagram reel with a Star of David that reads the following: "First they came for LGBTQ, and I stood up because love is love. Then they came for immigrants, and I stood up because families belong together. Then they came for the black community, and I stood up because Black Lives Matter. Then they came for me, but I stood alone because I am a Jew." There's never been more and a better reason to hate Amy Schumer. She's really surpassed every level of hate that like the internet could possibly have for her. Of course, the like tying together of like being Israeli or pro-Israel and being Jewish is quite anti-Semitic. I mean, that you don't have to be like Jewish to be pro-Israel or vice versa, but it is a very desperate attempt to try to make it seem like if you're not in favor of Israel as a country existing, then you must be against its people existing. So really really fucked up stuff. Then we've got a real bizarre one from another classically hated celebrity, Justin Bieber, who, I shit you not, posted a screenshot of an entire block of the Gaza Strip destroyed by the IDF and captioned it "Praying for Israel." It really doesn't get better than that, does it, chat? This is beyond parody. Can you imagine showing an image of a country or a city or a land that is being attacked, that has been attacked, posting it and claiming it is the land, it is from a picture of the land that is doing the attacking? Once again, if you needed any more reason to hate Justin Bieber, there you go. The final example I have for you, and I'm sure some of my chatters will be able to link other examples of popular celebrities that are engaging in this bullshit, but the final example, I feel, is one that may disappoint a lot of you. Brace yourself. This is actually a quite beloved celebrity by a lot of people who has come out staunchly pro-Israel. Quentin Tarantino visits IDF base to show support for troops. Oscar-winning director who is married to Daniela Pick and has been living in Israel in recent years arrived to show his support for the IDF soldiers in the war against Hamas. Apparently, Mark Hamill and Tara Strong are also pro-Zionist and pro-Israel as well. That's sad to hear. Tara Strong is way worse about it? Oh, that's rough. For those that don't know, Tara Strong's like a really popular voice actress. So is Mark Hamill, but he's known for being Luke Skywalker in Star Wars too. Well, fucking great. Now I can't watch any Tarantino movies anymore. Yes, Tarantino is going out to support troops that are actively committing a genocide. He's going out in person to like, show support to troops that are just bombing the shit out of civilian infrastructure as we speak. Hollywood director and Oscar winner Quentin Tarantino visited Friday an IDF base to express his support for the soldiers. Tarantino has been residing in Israel in recent years and has made a clear show of solidarity with the brave men— this is a pro-Israel website, by the way— with the brave men and women of the IDF following the recent terrorist attacks by Hamas in which over 1,300 Israelis were murdered. In recent days, there has been a noticeable surge in the involvement of global film industry figures in supporting of Israel. Alongside the individual posts on social media, a powerful statement was released Thursday, signed by over 700 artists and influencers. This statement showcases substantial support for Israel. Notable signatories include Chris Pine, Mom Bialik, Liev Schreiber, Gal Gadot, Jerry Seinfeld, Michael Douglas, Amy Schumer, Jamie Lee Curtis, Ryan Murphy, and many more. The nightmare that Israelis have feared for decades has become a reality as Hamas terrorists infiltrated Israeli cities and towns, the statement by the Creative Community for Peace reads, quote, under the cover of thousands of rockets fired indiscriminately into civilian populations, what about white phosphorus just kind of doused over civilian populations? What about that? A little curious on what the opinion is on that. Under the cover of thousands of rockets and fired indiscriminately into civilian populations, Hamas murdered and kidnapped innocent men, women, and children. Quote, they kidnapped and murdered infants and the elderly. That is true. Fuck Hamas. They raped women and mutilated their bodies. They paraded their bodies through the streets and on social media and cowardly attacked the Supernova Music Festival, bringing death and destruction to an event celebrating friendship and love. So, shit tons of celebrities have come out as staunchly pro-Israel on this, many that you probably love and enjoy. And yeah, we're in an era where a large amount of progressive, virtue-signaling, liberal celebrities are coming out as basically pro-genocide. It's very possible that in the coming months, the death toll in Gaza is going to raise into the tens of millions. Well, there's only a bit over, like, close to 20 million people in Gaza, but it's going to get up above 10 million if things keep going along this rate and Israel doesn't slow back their attacks, because they are just flattening entire blocks of Gaza at this point and have cordoned off segments of the land that they've designated as evacuation zones. They're just going to wipe out. Zan, Gaza's population is 2 million? Isn't it, like, what's the total population of the region with that Palestinians live in that area. Because Gaza's not the only thing, right? Because there's, obviously, it cuts off with Israeli territory, and then there's another area as well. Yeah, it's the West Bank. So what's the total population? Because it's really large. Like, the total population put together. 5.7? 2.7? Wait, why am I getting multiple mixed numbers? I've heard, like, up to, like 7.5 or 17 million. I hate numbers. I hate having to remember numbers. Population numbers are hard. I might be remembering how many people live in France. 17 million. That might not be right. I don't know. There's not 17 million. Okay. Well, the less people, the more likely that the death toll is going to be proportionately massive and considerable as a damn near, like, cultural genocide. Well, not cultural genocide in the sense that we generally think about it, but an entire, like, group and culture and part of the world getting genocided. And the fact that so many liberal, not politicians, but celebrities, like these people who've gained so much prominence in the, you know, in our culture for being these upstanding, virtue-signaling liberal progressives who are always making tweets and posts about how they support these, you know, civil rights causes, are now actively, you know, championing what very well may be a genocide of, as chat's saying, nearly 6 million people. Weird. Xanderhall, displacement counts as genocide. You're clear to call it a genocide under international law. No. There's no question about whether or not it's a genocide. When I say a cultural genocide, I'm trying to find the right word to describe, like, what like type of genocide is it? I saw Israel told Palestinians to walk a 5-hour route. Yeah, like, apparently the evacuation routes are also getting cut off by Hamas, though. Like, Hamas isn't allowing Palestinian civilians to escape because they want to entrap them in and being forced to fight, is my guess. Hamas is not, like, in favor of or championing the people of Palestine. They're not helping them. They're hurting them as a way of gaining more... Like, the more people Israel hurts in Palestine, the more support Hamas gets. It is in Hamas's best interest to maximize Palestinian civilian casualties. So yeah. Fuck both groups. Fuck the IDF and fuck Hamas. Oh no, it's blatant genocide, yes. I'm just trying to... I was trying to think of what prefix for the type of genocide it is. Bro, fuck this entire conflict, man. Fuck, yeah. These actors are not evil, they're just not politically. Well, many of them, like, some of the examples given are celebrities that literally live in Israel. When you literally live in Israel and you've moved, like, from the States to live in Israel, you're aware of the state of politics in that part of the world. You know what's going on. There's just, yeah. But yeah. There's more messages? Just saying, in case my previous messages were missed, it would be really nice if pretty smart folks on the left could take just a second and consider how out of the loop most of the actors really are, how much info they're fed, and how more or less any statements can be construed as statements of their agents instead. Yeah, that's definitely a good case. What I find interesting is how this will look in a year. What is the death toll going to look like in a year? And how are all of these big-time celebrities who came out basically in favor of it going to look? Mark Hamill walked it back a little? Yeah. Hell, a month even? It doesn't need to be a year, yeah. Bad no matter what, yeah. Because, like, there's no way this conflict and the, like, whole, you know, discourse around Israel and Palestine doesn't end up swinging the other way in the cultural zeitgeist. And everybody who was defending Israel ends up looking really bad in hindsight. It's going to be Ukraine dramas all over again. Well, most celebrities were pretty based on Ukraine. Like, most people just kind of, you know, even most Americans kind of fell into the correct position on Ukraine because Russia is kind of unanimously known as being the bad guys. Here in America, you're kind of taught that Israel is the good guys. Yeah. There also isn't any good side in this conflict, of like, in terms of who's fighting who. It's just the civilians that are the good guys, so to say. And even they aren't necessarily morally good, they're just not deserving of death, and they deserve to not be in the crossfire. Obviously, there's pretty, you know, substantial support for Hamas among Palestinian civilian populations, but that doesn't mean they are as deserving of being hurt by conflict as active Hamas, you know, fighters. And the same goes for in Israel. The support for the IDF among Israeli citizens is extraordinarily high. Israeli citizens are extremely racist against Palestinians too, including Gen Z. Gen Z Israelis, very, very racist against Palestinians. So, but that doesn't mean they deserve to be caught in the crossfire of this war. This conflict. It's not even a war. It's hard to even call it a war. Big Joel tweet? What's this? What do you got for me? However, there were plenty of valid reasons to be against the US during that time. What matters in the long run is what people are actually hyped up for, war or understanding. Yeah. Learning that Benjamin Netanyahu actively supported Hamas in order to undermine Palestine is so extraordinarily horrifying. I don't know what to say. Effectively, Netanyahu's entire worldview collapsed over the course of a single day. He was convinced that he could make deals with corrupt Arab tyrants while ignoring the cornerstone of the Arab-Jewish conflict, the Palestinians. His life's work was to turn the ship of state from the course steered by his predecessors. Anyone who wants to thwart the establishment of a Palestinian state has to support bolstering Hamas and transferring money to Hamas. He told a meeting of... This is part of our strategy, to isolate the Palestinians in Gaza from the Palestinians in the West Bank. Something they did. They cut them off. That's why I was confused about what the total population is. They've created... They cut them off from each other. With the expansion of these settlements. That's literally a pro-Israel, like, a passage from a pro-Israel publication, by the way. So, you know, you can hear in the way they choose to use certain words, like how biased it is. You were talking, yeah, I know, I saw you were talking about 9/11. I read your message before, yeah. Very, very depressing stuff. Very depressing stuff. What do you guys think of that segment? I feel like it came out pretty good. Talking about this celebrity pro-Israel wave that we're seeing, this wave of pro-Israel celebrities. I'm glad you guys liked it. Good segment, but very sad, yeah. Yes, indeed. Listen, you can separate the art from the artist. Just because these creators are, like, essentially pro-genocide does not mean you can't, like, consume their content. It's not like they're putting money into said genocide as far as I know. Kind of a different case than even J.K. Rowling. Where, like, J.K. Rowling is very publicly and openly putting money she makes from her, like, ordeals into fighting trans rights. Humans at large want to be against each other, even though I wish we weren't. I don't know if that's really true. I honestly do think that naturally humans are driven towards cohesion. I think humans, without individuals who want to improve their own standing within any social group they can inhabit, creating divisions, I think the natural state of humanity is community. And creating as big of a community as possible. I think that's why, like, every idealistic telling of the future sees us all ending war and conflict and working together, because that is the realistic, like, goal that we need to strive for and that we all deep down want to achieve. the fact that so many people unanimously want to achieve world peace shows that, like, it's a few people in the grand scheme of things, a handful of people keeping us from that. I agree, but I suppose that people are predisposed to getting angry about being wrong. That's true. People can actively get violent when it comes to defending their pride about whether or not their worldview is correct, and that can certainly lead to violence. Okay. Hey, if you're watching, by the way, and you're enjoying the stream, consider dropping a like. It really does go a long way and helps a lot. There's nearly 500 people watching right now, so 500 people hit that like button. Hot damn, would it go a long way. Consider hitting the thumbs up. It means a lot. This is why discourse is critical. I've had so many good times just approaching people I disagree with on an even level. Yeah, I mean, it's important to understand why someone believes what they believe. Otherwise, you're not going to have a productive convo. One of the most important things about a productive debate or a productive convo where you're trying to convince someone is knowing why they believe what they believe. Like on a very fundamental base level. Yeah, I don't think hierarchy and division are a natural, like, aspect of humanity. I think leadership, like finding who is the ideal leader and making that person the shot caller, like the person who comes up with ideas and says, I think we should do this. Everyone says, are you sure? They're like, yeah. And then, you know, you do it because they seem to have their head on straight. I think that is a natural tendency of humans. But I don't think hierarchy is. I think identifying the best decision maker and putting them in charge of decisions is a tendency we have as humans. I think a lot of people just naturally default to doing that. I don't know if it's a taught behavior. It could be, though. But I don't think hierarchy, like appointing someone to be the de facto person who makes decisions or appointing a group of people to be the de facto people who make all the decisions about what you're allowed to do, doesn't really seem to be a natural thing that humanity is driven to do. Seems like a very artificially developed thing. Anyway. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Well, everybody, we're going to be talking about a bit of a disgusting topic today because, as usual, we're talking about the state of the internet and its decline in the control of right-wing demagogues. And in this case, we're talking about Twitter, which is still managing to limp by day and not, you know, just totally shut down. The bugs are becoming more prevalent. The outages are becoming more common. The site does seem like it's just really limping along and, you know, doing worse each passing day, but it's still going. It's still up. People are still using it. And some of the most prevalent users on the site are notorious hate speech accounts. Most notably an account that was suspended and then unsuspended today called Valid Els. This is a screenshot of when the account was suspended. It was only suspended for maybe 6 hours before most likely Elon personally unsuspended it. But as you guys know, transphobia has been completely allowed on Twitter openly, as declared by Elon Musk for quite some time now. So the fact they ever got suspended in the first place definitely wasn't because of transphobia. Now, Elon Musk has had a very clear, you know, history of personally unbanning people that, yes, did directly break the rules of the website, but also bring so much traffic to the site and are so well known that he can't afford to lose them. A really good example is a recent conservative figure who ended up posting child pornography on Twitter to own a lefty, who was subsequently banned by the mod team for posting child pornography to own a lefty, and Elon Musk shortly after unbanned for posting child pornography to own a lefty, because apparently it was his free speech to do so. Dom Lucre? Yeah, let's see if we can... Elon unbans Dom Lucre. Twitter under fire for reinstating an account that posted child sex abuse. Twitter came under renewed fire Thursday over its handling of child sex abuse imagery after it reinstated the account of a right-wing influencer who had tweeted an image of a toddler being sexually tortured. After some of the account's more than 500,000 followers complained that the account had been suspended for its political messaging, Twitter owner Elon Musk responded Wednesday by saying that it was because of the image. Quote, "Only people on our CSE team have seen those pictures," Musk tweeted, so he knew, of course. Referring to the company's child sexual exploitation staff, quote, "For now, we will delete these posts and reinstate the account." In fact, the image in question had drawn more than 3 million views and had 8,000 retweets, according to Twitter's statistics on a cached version of the tweet from Tuesday. Experts said that even photos that are partially obscured, such as the image shared by the influencer, typically qualify as illegal child sex abuse material, or CSAM. So, Elon Musk just straight up has, just a straight, a very, very clear history of personally unbanning accounts that engage in some pretty horrendous behavior, particularly involving children. And in this case, it goes even deeper. Exclusive. Twitter pays thousands to account blasted for mocking child suicide. X, or Twitter, is monetizing an account that posted about the suicide of a 14-year-old transgender boy and suggested his mother was to blame for his death because she's written about depression and struggling to pay bills. Many have accused the account of making fun of the boy's death. Ads for major brands are also appearing on the account's feed and in its comment section. The account Valid Els frequently posts transphobic content. Its shtick essentially consists of posting screenshots of trans people's posts, which prompts its audience to mock and degrade them. The account's bio describes the content as, quote, "posting Els from the, quote, valid and, quote, stunning and brave community, occasionally memes." On Sunday, Valid Els, which uses the screen name Valid, people taking Els, posted a screenshot of a mother writing about the death of her son. In the post, the mother said that her 14-year-old trans son had taken his life despite having family support. He was still targeted and suffered anti-trans hate online, she wrote. Quote, "GC people, this is the result of your bigotry. I hope you are proud. Hashtag protect trans kids." GC stands for gender critical, a code phrase that transphobic people use to describe their beliefs. The mother included a photo of her son in happier times and one of her kissing his forehead in the hospital while he was on a ventilator before he passed away. The parent's X account is now protected. She did not respond to a direct message seeking comment. The Daily Dot is not identifying her or her son out of respect for the family's privacy. Valid Els followers reacted by also shaming the boy's mother, misgendering him, and making other hateful and abusive comments. One wrote that the grieving mother encouraged her son to join the death cult. Overexpressed sympathy for the family. A few thought that Valid Els post crossed the line. Quote, "I'm all for going against this kind of stuff, but making fun of a child's suicide is kind of far," wrote one user. Also on Sunday, Valid Els reposted a meme glorifying the account for screenshotting suicide notes by transgender people. And I'll go ahead and show you guys this image. This Valid Els retweet. Tiesler writing his suicide note on Twitter. Valid Els taking a picture of it, and that's the meme. So yeah, just, they're literally all about just celebrating the deaths of trans people. Valid Els also gained a lot of followers when Brianna J was murdered for celebrating and making fun of Brianna J. Valid Els was like the primary account within the right on Twitter that started most of the degrading jokes you hear Nazis make about Brianna J and her murder. Alejandra Carabello, a clinical instructor at the Harvard University Cyber Law Clinic, informed the Daily Dot of the post celebrating the boy's death and noted that Valid Els is both monetized and has ads displayed on their X account. Valid Els account is now monetized. Ads are showing up right next to tweets mocking a 14-year-old trans kid who died by suicide. On Monday, the Daily Dot found major brands' ads on Valid Els account. The brands include LG Electronics, Nordis, TrueLeave, BuzzNet, Nightscope, and online shopping tools, among others. None of the companies immediately responded to requests for comment on Monday. An inquiry sent to online shopping tools via email bounced back as undeliverable. Valid Els responded to Carabello's post with derision. Quote, "Here's more to get mad about," they wrote, along with a screenshot of their purported earnings showing that they've made $4,500 from X since February. They've earned nearly $3,000 of that income since the beginning of September, according to the screenshot. X did not respond to a request for comment about monetizing Valid L's account and displaying advertisements there. An email to the company's press office prompted an auto-reply that claimed it was busy now and to check back later. Its previous auto-reply to press inquiries was simply a poop emoji. Yeah, by the way, if you're like if you use the term press in any inquiry towards Twitter, they just respond with a poop emoji. Elon Musk put that in place. Like, they just send any press or news organizations that aren't right-wing that reach out to them a little poop emoji as the response. Epically owned. X has been bleeding advertisers since Elon Musk bought the company and went on a spree of unsuspending accounts that were permanently suspended for hate speech and other violations. Earlier this year, the Daily Dot reported that it paid portions of ad revenue to far-right figures including Andrew Tate, who has been charged with rape and human trafficking in Romania. In response to a direct message-seeking comment, Valid Els wrote Daily Dot, followed by 3 laughing emojis and a poop emoji. On Monday, Valid Els suggested it wasn't making fun of the boy. They reported another account that also posted about his death and denied that they were mocking the child. The post went on to blame the mother for her son's suicide. You need to understand that Twitter is just going downhill. There's no reason to be on there anymore. I don't know why people are, like, on the left are still using the platform when at this point, like, every other post has to be just some insane Nazi post celebrating the death of trans people or Jews or something. So, personally, I'm pretty happy that I got banned off Twitter for telling a pedophile to themselves. Because, I couldn't think of a better way to go out off that absolute shit show of a platform. I really couldn't think of a better way for Elon Musk to go out, too, because I've been seeing over time as the dick riding for Elon Musk just evaporates into nothing. Not even Elon Musk, or not even Mr. Beast is doing the Elon Musk dick riding in his videos anymore. Like, he truly has lost his ability to appeal to the mainstream. And I couldn't be happier. I really couldn't. A lot of people have to use Twitter because it's the only way to contact YouTube if you're demonetized or banned. That's true. That is true. Once, like, another platform has to become prominent enough that YouTube will start primarily using it for that kind of thing. Although Instagram also works. I think you can get your shit fixed through Instagram DMs with YouTube. I may be wrong. Sex workers also don't have a choice, right? No, because Twitter is cracking down on sex workers, right? Isn't that correct? Twitter crackdown on sexual content. Obviously not child sexual content posted by Nazis. Yep, 3 days ago. So Twitter is cracking down on nudity. Sex workers report notifications that their accounts have been restricted in reach and hidden from search results. X, formerly Twitter, may sound like a porn site, but it's growing more hostile to adult content. Although currently awash in misinformation and extremist hate speech related to the ongoing war between Israeli armed forces and Hamas militants, Rolling Stone's definitely pro-Israel, the platform is apparently focused on keeping nudity out of users' feeds rather than how it may be fueling violence and geopolitical instability. More than a dozen sex workers with NSFW accounts, many of them promoting OnlyFans pages, tell Rolling Stone that in recent days, their engagement has plummeted. Some claim that their handles don't come up in searches or have received specific notifications that their reach has been limited. So, yeah. You don't really even have the argument that Twitter is valuable to sex workers anymore, because at this point, Instagram might be more friendly to sex workers than Twitter, which is an unthinkable idea just a few years ago, but have a right-wing fascist, freshly divorced and very insecure, take control of the most popular platform in the world, and that kind of stuff just sorta happens. Bit of a shorter segment, but I feel like it came out pretty good. What did you guys think? Hey, Heavy Gretel, good to see ya. Let me post buttholes on Twitter. We used to be a real country. You used to be able to post a butthole on Twitter whenever you wanted. We used to be a real country. You used to be able to butthole post, and now you can't. It's all Jover. Can't even post your own butthole on Twitter no more. I once posted a picture of my cat on Twitter, called it a pussy pic, and marked it to be blurred, Lamau. Based. God, I wish you could see who clicks to unblur those posts, so you could see how many people were like, and clicked unblur, and who did it. That would be amazing. They should add that. They should add that to Twitter. If Elon did that, that would be a dub. A rare dub. Yeah, Reddit is actually really friendly to sex workers, from my understanding. Aren't there, like, dozens of subreddits where sex workers can advertise by posting, like, full-on, full-frontal nude and sexual content? Like, just full-on porn of themselves to advertise on Reddit? And there's, like, subreddits for it, I'm sure. Reddit is 50% NSFW stuff? Well, there you go. Looks like Reddit is going to be your ideal replacement for Twitter if you're a sex worker, and there are many sex workers who watch me. So, yeah, keep that in mind. This music makes me want to pour whiskey for myself, then you're going to like Hightail when it comes out, because this is Hightail's soundtrack you're listening to. Alright. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. We've been talking about a lot of negative topics lately, especially today, so I figured let's throw in an actually positive topic. But this one's not around America. This is not actually an American political topic. I'm going to be talking about something that's happened abroad. Abroad. Particularly, more specifically, in Japan. You see, apparently, up until just a couple days ago, in order to change your gender on your official licensing and other, documentation and paperwork in Japan, you had to have had a surgery that, physically changed. You had to have gotten, bottom surgery or top surgery, what have you, in order to verify your gender change for your paperwork in Japan. However, that has just been ruled unconstitutional. So, requiring that is no longer necessary and no longer allowed. It is now your constitutional right to have your gender changed, if you identify that way, on your government paperwork in Japan. A court has said that a law requiring surgery to switch genders on a family registry is unconstitutional, as it made a ruling on a case involving a transgender man in central Japan, his lawyers said Thursday. The Hamamatsu? I'm sorry, I can't. Japanese is a hard language for English speakers to learn. Branch of the Shizuoka Family Court delivered the family's first judgment on a challenge to the ruler after the man, Gen Suzuki, filed a request in 2021 seeking to change his gender without sex reassignment surgery. The decision Wednesday by the Central Japan Court allows Suzuki, 48 years old, to be listed as a man in his family registry without undergoing an operation to remove reproductive capacity. He has undergone hormonal therapy and surgically removed his breast tissue, but believes a sex reassignment operation would have a serious impact on his physical and mental health. Wait, hold on. He's a trans man, so I'm gonna be real. I don't know if phalloplasty technology is good enough that, that's the way to go. I've never seen the results of a phalloplasty before, but I don't know if we're there yet. Are we there yet? because I can understand why a trans guy would be like, I'm gonna wait a while on the dick surgery. So Xanderhall, when is Japan going to pay reparations to the harmed people who for decades have been required to be sterilized, just like Sweden did like 5 fucking years ago? Excuse me? Japan sterilization. You've opened my eyes to a new thing, Mogminer. Japan court... Oh, this is 4 hours ago. Japan court rules against mandatory gender sterilization. Yeah, that's what this was. Yeah, no, that is this story. They were requiring mandatory sterilization for trans people to get their stuff changed. So that's what's changed now. Like, this is a fantastic... Like, they were requiring you to get sterilized as a trans person in order to get your shit changed. And some trans people want to go through surgeries that would make them sterile and not able to reproduce, but many don't, and requiring it is fucked up. Like, allow trans people to do however little or however much procedure as they want to, but they owned up to it 5 years ago. Sweden made the same mistake. Sweden forced sterilization. Compulsory sterilization in Sweden were sterilizations which were carried out in Sweden without a valid consent of the subject during the years 1906 and 1975. That is up until very recently and for a very long time. On eugenic, medical, and social grounds. Between 1972 and 2013, sterilization was also a condition for gender reassignment surgery up until 2013. And it was a condition you had to meet in order to get gender reassignment. In 1922, the State Institute of Racial Biology was founded in Uppsala? In the 1930s, a law was passed that allowed mass sterilization. The stated rationale behind the legislation was to prevent sterilization from becoming a contraceptive method in the hands of the individual. Another law passed in 1941 was more far-reaching and stated 3 broad grounds on which sterilization could be carried out. Medical, if a pregnancy could pose a risk to life or good health of a woman with a chronic illness or permanently weakened constitution. Eugenic, which allowing sterilizing people considered insane or with severe illness or with a physical disability so that these traits are not passed on to the offspring. So you just eugenics. Cool. Very good. So you just straight up openly doing eugenics. They literally called it eugenic. Social, which allowed sterilizing people deemed unsuitable to foster a child due to mental illness, being feeble-minded, or having an antisocial lifestyle. Thank you for telling me about this, Mogminer. I did not know. Holy shit. Lord. That is wild. Well, back to the good news, because I kind of wanted to make this a more positive segment. I really appreciate you telling me about that, though, Mogminer. Like, seriously, that's a good little detail to throw into this segment. It's very relevant. I do want to try to keep this segment a little more positive, but this ruling is fantastic news. This is from the top branch of Japan's Supreme Court. The law permits those diagnosed with GID, when gender identity differs from the sex assigned at birth, aged 18 and over, to change the gender on their family register if they meet a list of criteria. That criteria include being unmarried. Ooh. That's not good. I don't like that. Being unmarried, being sterilized or infertile, and having genitals that resembled those of the desired gender. LGBTQ rights activists argue the law's strict conditions essentially require costly and invasive SRS, which is inaccessible for many trans people, rendering them unable to legally affirm their gender. Oh, I believe this is from prior. My bad. Yes, this is from prior when that got pulled back. So that was what it... So it also included you had to be unmarried. They also pulled that back, I believe. This is from prior. This is from prior it getting pulled back. I'm reading an excerpt from a different article that came out a few months ago. Yeah, and also, to require this is insane because sexual reassignment surgery is, like, really expensive. Olive Bite says it's like $30K, but I don't know how much it would go for in Japan, right? There's no cost here in Sweden. Sweden has some things that they're doing right. Sweden's doing some stuff right. But there's definitely some other stuff Sweden's doing very not right. I say this as an American Mog Miner. Listen, you gotta understand that, like, if I, like, was walking through my hallway, broke my leg, and had to call an ambulance to get taken to the hospital and get my broken leg dealt with, I would have a multi-$1,000 bill handed to me at the end of it all. And my insurance would pay for some of it. And I'm no longer on my parents' insurance in 2 years. I have to start paying for my own insurance, or I have to pay that kind of shit out of pocket in 2 years when I turn 26. Did Biden increase it to 28? I think Biden might have increased it to like 28 or 27 or something like that. I think Biden, like, recently upped it. Correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah, I had a knife fight with a turkey back in 2020. Holy shit. I was out of pocket to the tune of $40 for 19 stitches in my left forearm. I get it. This many stitches cost me $2,500. My insurance paid for most of it, at least. But, yeah. American insurance is, no bueno. Like, the premiums are high, and what they actually cover isn't very good. That doesn't mean I can't be bitter that Sweden is decades behind the curve when it comes to gender-affirming surgery. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's definitely something worth being upset about. Although I will say, I think the Swedish criminal justice system is pretty good. You guys got that going for you. I may be mixing you up with Finland, but I'm pretty sure all the Nordic countries up there in the cold places have pretty good criminal justice systems and low recidivism. And low crime to go along with it. Sure it does, yeah. I'm gonna be honest, please don't hate me for this, Smog Miner, but all of, like, Sweden, Norway, Finland, like, that jumble of northern countries, Nordic countries, to me, like, when I think of it, I can't, like, place any of them geographically because I've never visited them. It's the same way with any state here in America I've never visited. So I basically just imagine the map of the God of War sequel games, the new games, whenever I think of those regions of the world, pretty much. So I just think of it as, you know, the map of God of War. The Nordic people are the happiest in the world on average. Imagine if they had sunlight, how happy they'd be. Like, on top of all the other things. Map-wise, you have Denmark at the bottom, Sweden to the north, Norway to the west, and Finland to the east. Finland's not real. Finland's not real. You can't fool me. You can't trick me, Mog Miner. I hope you guys liked that segment. I feel like that was a little bit of a little fun, enjoyable, upbeat segment. As, like, a little break from the, like, horror we've been covering for the last 3. Wrong, Canada isn't real? True, Canada isn't real. It's just America, light. You're not wrong. When I hear true statements being made, I can't argue against them. When it comes to daylight hours, I have like 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. with the sun in the sky. I get sunlight sometimes. How dare you? Listen, to be fair, I live in Seattle, and I'm pretty far north right now. This is the furthest north I've ever lived by a lot, and the sun is in a very different place in the sky throughout the day. It's noticeable. The sun revolves around America. True, it does. The funny thing is, I grew up in Western New York State. Hot damn! Western New York State to Sweden is probably not that climate-wise much of a change. If the USA is so good, then why did they make a USB? I love Finland only for one reason. Yeah, it's a fake image. You can see it's AI generated because Finland's not real. I remember worse winters during my childhood than I've had during the past decade living in Sweden. That could also be like global warming too. In fact, Stockholm winters objectively suck. I always love the idea of like taking a trip to Sweden, because whenever I'd see videos, like as a kid, because I was, you know, super into Minecraft, so I watched a lot of videos of the Mojang offices and anything that was like IRL content there. It always looked so cozy, because there was usually like just a very eerie, kind of cold feeling outside, and the indoors in Sweden anywhere, or any Nordic country, just feels so cozy compared to the outside, just because the contrast of the outside. Just seems cozy. Let me get the next segment ready.
Right now.
Ah, YouTube spoiled who I'm covering. No. You spoiled it! Soiled it! Soiled it! Soiled it! Soiled it! You know, I just realized we've gone a whole stream without getting sent a Glorb music video by Cherry T21, or Pepper T21, as they now go by. Oh, this feels good, chat. Let me see if I can get an extra crack. Oh, there we go. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's nice. Wow, I actually was able to take a non-painful deep breath without my back hurting. That really loosened things up. I wonder if the key is to just literally only do my twisty back pops and no other attempts to try to fix my back. Just leave it alone outside of that and just do the twisty back pop when I can. Maybe eventually it'll fix itself, but probably not. I likely need to see a physical therapist. Yeah, I said, oh yeah. Zan is going to be the most annoying skeleton in the skeleton army when I take over the world. Yeah, I mean, I am going to be the crunchiest, clickiest, crackiest skeleton. I will not be able to do any type of stealth when I become a skeleton. If the back pop is fun, go get you a partner, close friend, dom, or sub to push sharply against each vertebra. Well, unfortunately, I don't live with anybody and, like, don't have anybody around or willing to do that, so that is unfortunately not an option. I am stuck alone with my back pain, and the only solutions I can get are ones that involve solo popping my back. You definitely want to get your back looked at. Trust me, they don't go away by themselves. Yeah. If it's a slipped vertebra, it's going to be definitely in need of getting dealt with by a doctor. Ooh, I love walking on people's backs. Teleport to me and do it then. I need someone to walk on my back and crack the fuck out of it. That would probably help. Alright. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. So lately I've been covering a lot more of these far-right grifter channels. To be fair, this channel's much less right-wing than the ones I generally cover, but just as much of a desperate pandering grifter. Which is ironic, because one of his favorite insults towards media that he accuses of being woke is that it panders, but his whole thing is pandering to conservative, racist white people who hate representation, so... You know, it's a little bit funny. You know, there's a little bit of irony there that I can appreciate. His name's YOUNGRIPPA59, and I can appreciate the beard. You know, I try to say a nice thing about everybody I cover on this channel, unless they are just beyond heinous. But I don't actually think YOUNGRIPPA is that heinous, even though I think he's a dick. Last time I covered him, he was attacking a friend of mine, Surus. You know, for just really, like, bizarre reasons, calling Surus a freak, and just a lot of ad homs and whatnot. So we dunked on YOUNGRIPPA for it, and it was a real grand old time. But we haven't checked in on him in quite some time, so I wanted to see what he's been up to. But when I announced that I was going to be checking in on him and covering one of his videos, my editor was sent a message by somebody who seems to be a lot more tapped in to what's going on with him, and sent a little bit of a mega post of drama that YOUNGRIPPA is currently in as we speak. It's quite interesting. Apparently there's been a pretty significant decline in sales and potential charity fund with his comics. So he's apparently losing money on his comics, and there's been a big decline in sales and the charity fund. And charity fraud, not fund. So apparently he may also be doing charity fraud as well. He's been false flagging accounts that are being critical of his comics. One of those accounts being a parody account who is now turning up as his business address, and Eric was trying to find a way to legally shoot him. His name's Eric July, by the way. I think he used to be a cop, correct me if I'm wrong. I heard that from someone in chat earlier. Dealing with copyright issues with a Christian organization also called ISOM, and he blames it on Vito and Dick Masterson. Don't know if you know who they are, but then backtracks saying that he doesn't know who's responsible, and is currently fighting with Ethan Van Sheever over DM leaks. So I guess you guys can go look into those individual dramas as much as you deem them necessary to delve into, but apparently that's what's going on with him right now, so he's, you know, not really going, you know, he's not really doing so well right now. Ooh. And his channel performance, too. He's getting less views than me on many of his uploads. He got a random 70,000 view video a day ago that's just called Really? But besides that, he's getting less views on his videos than I do with less than 100,000 subs. He's got well over 500,000. He is really falling off. He's got a video from 2 weeks ago with less than 10,000 views. Another from 2 weeks ago with 8,000. 15, 22, 14, 13, 12, 8.5, 19, 15, 22, 9.2, 13, 16, 10. This is either my viewership or worse on a channel with more than 5 times my sub count. Woo! He's fallen off. There was a time when this guy refused to debate me on the topic of whether or not BLM was a terrorist organization that's bad for black people, because apparently I was too irrelevant. That is a funny thing to think about.
Right now, as many of you know, both writers and actors in Hollywood are on strike, and that's probably going to change very soon, but let's be precise. The Writers Guild of America is a union that represents over 11,000 screenwriters, and since May the 2nd, they've been on strike due to their disputes with the Alliance of Motion Picture and Television Producers.
For the record, this video's a bit old, but he put this out when the Hollywood strikes were happening, and the title is The Truth About the Hollywood Strikes, and the only knowledge I have going into this video, the only spoiler I've been given, is that he's anti-union. And he goes against the actors and writers union guild stuff in this, so let's hear his arguments. I'm also going to speed it up a little bit because he talks kind of slow. A lot of these grifter types talk unbearably slow to stretch that watch time out to just 10 minutes plus, so they can get maximum mid-roll ads.
The AMPTP includes basically all of the major producers from Disney to Sony and Warner Brothers. This also includes streamers like Netflix and Amazon. On the other hand, the Screen Actors Guild and American Federation of Television and Radio Artists, SAG-AFTRA, are striking against the same producers. The Actors Union represents like 160,000 people, and they started their strike July the 14th. So for the first time in a while, the actors and writers are striking. As to be expected, due to them not being able to reach an agreement, the industry looks a little different. Movies and shows have been delayed.
Okay. This guy claims to be a libertarian, right? I'm pretty sure he claims to be a libertarian. I know he's like a based gun guy. I respect that he's pro-gun. I like guns. Guns are based. I like guns. So, is he a legit libertarian who likes the idea of, I imagine what he would call corporatist, non-real capitalist individuals at the top of Hollywood who he regularly accuses of being woke, being striked against for more leverage and control by the broader population that works for them? Like, you would think he'd be in favor of something like that as a libertarian? But he's not going to be, of course. He won't be. He won't be.
Or left in limbo because
You'll notice, by the way, that a lot of the rhetoric about certain media being woke has directed away from the top-up executives being quote-unquote disconnected and not knowing what gamers want or what people who watch nerd media want or whatever. It's moved away from that criticism more towards it being woke developers, woke writers, woke actors. They want the workers that make the projects to be fired. They're blaming the people who are creating the art now instead of the people at the top. A large part of this was because of this strike situation where they wanted to create ill will against the strikers. That's funny, because my Final Fantasy free company is called the Soul Strikers, and we all have the last name Striker on Final Fantasy 14, which, by the way, if you want to join my free company, !FC in my website chat, and you'll get a link to the Discord. I hang out in there a lot in the voice chat, and it's a good way to play video games with me. There's a really robust free trial. Hop on there with me. That's my shill. Me shilling my free company on FF14. Guarantee this guy interrupts what he's saying to do a sponsored segment at some point in the video.
Because writers aren't writing and actors aren't working, nor are they appearing on the promotional trail. The easy chicken shit generic position that will be adopted by anybody with a following is to side with the actors and writers.
Very good argument making to start by insulting the people who are taking the side of the strikers before you've even made your argument against them. Very just kind of leading in and making clear that this content is only for people who already agree with you and hate workers.
Ensures them the least amount of public backlash, and it's the safest position to take. This is because class struggle, like many other socialistic, collectivistic-minded people,
the concept of class struggle is not socialist, okay? It's just not. The idea that people of a lesser financial and social class in a society struggle is not a socialist concept. It's just reality.
they find that attractive and will always side with the ones with less money. Fist in the air, backing the working class is what many.
The lefties will always side with the ones with less money. Generally, when it comes to an economic situation like this that has to do with who's getting paid a living wage or not in one of the highest cost of living like cities in the world, a place and for an industry that you cannot commute from outside the city to work that job, yeah, no, I do think that maybe it's worth siding with the people who have less money. I like how just, like, front-facing forward he is about how he sides with the powerful people with the money. That's who the good guys are.
Many people believe themselves to be doing. The employer is always evil, and the employee
Hey, if the good guys are the ones with all the power and money, why aren't things good?
is always the innocent party. This applies even when you talk about rich people and their struggles. Think about it with sports. We see this in like the NBA all the time. If there is a dispute, the owner or the league is always viewed as the bad guy. They are the problem in this.
But this is not true. Honestly, in a lot of cases, it's the other way around, where the large corporation defends a smaller individual within said corporation doing a woke thing, as they'd call it, and the company defends it, much to the chagrin of people like Eric July and the rest of the online grifters. I don't know. Rich people struggles, Lamau. Yeah. Rich people struggles. You know, the hard lives of the top CEOs and executives in these media companies.
Equation, despite this conflict being between millionaires and billionaires. But forgive me if I don't take your word.
There it is. You know what's funny? Even my mom fell for this narrative. The idea that the people who are striking are millionaires. I had to debunk this in an argument with my own mom, who's generally very left-leaning and pro-union, pro-socialism and stuff. I like, generally, on a lot of issues, she's just very left-leaning. But she fell for the propaganda on this one. No. The vast majority of people working in writing jobs, acting jobs, directing, well, probably not directing jobs, but yeah, honestly, most productions aren't high level enough for the director to get paid much. Most people working in Hollywood are working in low level Hollywood. This strike started with the low level actors whose names you probably don't even know going on strike. The low level writers whose names you probably don't even know going on strike. The reason that you even know about this strike is because the big actors, the big millionaire actors, decided to show solidarity and join in on the strike and refuse to join in on any productions. The big writers and the big directors and what have you, all of the people in the industry, down to like caterers and coordinators for like lighting and film, the camera operators and whatnot. All these people striked together, and that's what gave them so much leverage and so much media attention. And the people who are against the strike are now trying to say, well, 0.1% of the actors striking are millionaires that everybody knows the name of, so we'll just claim that's all of them, and it's just a bunch of greedy millionaires who want more money. But in reality, most of these people working in the acting or in the film industry that are striking have roommates. They're living in extremely overpriced studio and 1-bedroom and 2-bedroom apartments in LA, living with multiple roommates just to be able to pay the bills. Because they can't live outside the city. They can't commute. They have to be within a reasonable driving distance from work, which means they have to live in the city. The most expensive city to live in America.
For it and think we need to dissect this issue. It's no secret I'm not a fan of unions. I think they're kind of gay. G-H-E-Y gay. This is because I understand.
Whoa, so edgy!
And the history of unions, especially in America. Most people foolishly believe that unions are generally good and are solely in place to protect the workers from abuse of their employer. Others think that.
Hey. Young Rippa, are you in favor of police unions? Are you? I feel like you might be in favor of police unions. Because I have a feeling you're in favor of police unions. What's your opinion on police unions? Just a little curious about what your thoughts are on those. Maybe, just asking.
that we'd all be working 24/7 had it not been for the unions. This is ahistorical, and I'll give you an example. Some union clowns will probably tell you that modern workplace improvements are due to unions. However, Henry Ford did far more for workers, and it was absent of unions. In 19
So, it is true that Henry Ford set the standard for reducing work weeks from 6 to 5, and a few other things that he standardized as part of his way of doing things. But the idea that Henry Ford is responsible for workplace law, such as, do you realize that it was striking workers and activists who got child labor banned, who got work hours limited to an amount that is reasonable and won't necessarily kill you in this country. The people that this guy refers to as like whiny, crazy lefty commies are the reason, whether he likes it or not, that we are not working ourselves to death in this country with no rights whatsoever as workers. We had to fight for this shit.
1914 for strictly
Well, not we. Our ancestors had to fight for that shit.
competitive reasons, Ford imposed 8-hour shifts, a little over 2 weeks of paid vacation, and a higher minimum wage. This was over 20 years before the Fair Labor Standards Act of 1938. People wrongfully give unions credit for basics.
Okay, Ford did it, and so unions have no responsibility, and union workers and strikers and the working class protesting and using their political power to get these laws put in place has absolutely no say in it. It was actually these business owners who owned factories they care so much about the safety and the health of their workers that they voluntarily fought to get laws put in place to keep their workers safe, to make sure that they have to make sure their workers are safe and get paid a certain amount. They voluntarily did that. How nice of them. Aren't billionaire factory owners such nice, kind people? God, so nice of them to do that. I totally believe you.
Like an 8-hour workday when Ford did it long before, and he despised unions. But people thinking unions are great.
Also, let's not even consider, like Kevin Gretel just said, let's not even consider the possibility that any of these companies made changes like this in order to avoid their workers unionizing. You know, that's not even a possibility that we're going to consider.
Are saying it as a coping mechanism. Many people are being extorted by not only having to pay union fees, but also because the unions dominate their industry and make it almost impossible to exist in said industry without being members of that union. It's a lot easier to just say it's for your own good and you benefit than admitting that you had no real choice in the first place, which is hilarious because you...
I don't think I like compulsory union membership, but like that's not an argument against unions existing. That's an argument against compulsory union membership. Also, I think compulsory union membership is really rare. There's not a lot of jobs that require you to be in a union. There's definitely a handful, but not many.
You can't talk unions in America without talking about...
Being union is much more commonly a privilege than it is a requirement.
Their mafia ties. Many unions today still act in that same extortive manner while also being wings of the state.
He's trying to claim that unions are mafia adjacent and use mafia tactics.
There's a reason why many of them fought for legislation back in the gap to prevent employers from hiring replacement workers should they go on strike. But I digress because this isn't supposed to be...
Did he just say it's bad that these pro-union groups argued for laws that banned employers from firing and replacing striking workers? Yeah, that's a good thing. That's part of why a strike matters. It's being able to shut down your employer's ability to make money until he gives in to the collective will of his employers or his employees. That's the point.
some anti-union video. Getting back to the point, what exactly are the complaints and demands of the unions? What are the specifics? Well, let's start with the WGA. They, of course, want more money. Their claim is that 49% of the WGA members are making the minimum rate and that rider pay has declined 14%. They say, including inflation, rider-producer pay is down 23%. So let's give context. Here are the most recent minimums. According to the recent numbers, the minimum for a screenplay with a budget of $5 million or more, it's around $145,000. For a budget below that, it's $70,000.
Let's look at the city they live in. Living wage in LA. The living wage rates effective July 1st, 2023 will increase. Well, this is a law. Living wage needed in LA. According to a study, a Los Angeles resident without children, just on their own, needs to make $76,710 after taxes to live comfortably. That's after taxes. Mind you, he's cherry-picking this as well, because on top of that, you need to pay for transportation and shit tons of other stuff. And this is the low end, $77,000. This is what 40% are getting paid, $77,000 before taxes. The high end is $145,000 before taxes. Why? We can literally read what it says on screen. Do you think that most productions in Hollywood are getting $5 million? Like, we can literally read what it says on screen if we pause.
$7,000, give or take. If it's a week-to-week feature, it's a $6,300 a week thing. For TV, there are a lot more qualifiers, but as an example, a week-to-week gig is like $5,000.
Also, you're not even considering the fact that a lot of TV production is moving to streaming where they don't get royalties. It's one single check. They don't get royalties when it's streamed. That's been a huge problem in this industry, but you won't bring that up.
Minimum. If it's network prime time under 30 minutes, it's $27,000 a minimum for that gig. If it's under an hour, it's $39,000 or so minimum. And if it's not prime time under 30 minutes, it's almost $16,000, and under 60 minutes.
Yep. You understand that cable's dying and streaming is dominant now where they get no royalties, right? Not only that, but in the movie industry, the same is the case, where streaming is the primary rewatching method, and box office numbers off the bat are what are primarily focused on now by studios. So you can't make movies like you could anymore back in the day, where you could reliably get a decent amount of money for the production in the form of over-the-time views on television and DVD or VHS sales. You have to have a box office hit for it to actually make money back. So it's really changed the way movies are made now. And streaming's added a lot to the fire in that respect.
It's around $28,000 to $29,000. For things like streaming services, it has quite a few qualifiers as well. As an example, if it's between 20 and 35 minutes and between 1 to 2.1 million in terms of its budget, minimum it's almost.
This is what they're asking for, I believe.
$16,000, and that number increases the higher the budget and the higher the run time. As I've said, the minimums range, but you can get the general idea. These also aren't daily gigs, and even if they only spent next to no hours pumping it out, whatever that script may be, they still are expected.
I watched a video by a popular YouTuber and actor in Hollywood. He's been in like close to 100 productions, and he said, "Do you want to know what my best year was? Do you want to know what my best year in the acting industry was? I got 6 gigs. I got 6 gigs, and I made $40,000 after taxes from them." And that guy's like a known YouTuber who's been in like 100 productions. I recognize the guy as like a relatively, like, you know, like a regularly occurring side character in a bunch of TV shows. Like, that is just the regular experience of most mid-tier, and especially it's worse for like the lower tier. And I don't mean that in an insulting way, but if you were to like rank them in terms of their success in Hollywood so far is the keyword. That's like where they'd be.
to be paid that minimum. They also want better residuals when it comes to things like streaming. Here's the kicker. They already are getting residuals. They just want more on the front end and the back end. This seems more
Greedy workers, am I right? Fuck these greedy workers. How dare they ask for a living wage?
like a way to force the hand of producers so that they are more transparent with their streaming numbers. This actually may end up backfiring because, as we all know, streaming isn't that profitable for these studios. Regardless, the minimums they get right now don't even consider profit. It's percentage of general sales and payment for rights. Anybody that says this isn't about the money is lying.
What? Who's saying it's not about the money? Of course it's about the money. Yeah, they want to be paid more. No one's denying that. That's what they are saying they want. So is he now trying to move the goalpost to the left is claiming this isn't about money? Yeah, of course it's about money. They need to eat. Exactly, Zombie. Yeah. No wonder this guy's losing subs. Even his own fans must be able to see how incoherent his argumentation is.
Almost all of the pattern of demands have to do with money in some way, shape, or form. Sure, there are some that are no-brainers. They want to address what they deem as abuses in the mini room, but nearly all of the bullet points, including the pension plans, have to do with money or protecting their money. They also, of course, discuss AI and want protections against its use.
Yes! There have been several actors that have been coerced into signing contracts that permanently give studios the legal right to their likeness without any need to pay them. So now anytime their voice or their likeness gets used in any way, they don't need to be paid for it. They want it, and not only that, but they're trying to make it so studios can't develop AI of an actor and just use it for their own purposes and never pay them. Because right now, that's completely possible, and they don't want that to be possible, so they're trying to keep it from being allowed. How can you be against that?
Because they feel that'll put them out of jobs. So depending on what way you look at it, some make the argument that, considering the quality, these guys are making too much money. But let's move on really quick to the...
I like that little jab there. Some would argue the quality of media nowadays says they're making too much money. I like that. He adds on that they should be making less money on top of all of it. He's against them getting paid more. He wants them to make less. I think that'll be the title of this video, by the way. Cherry, can you hear me right now? Cherry? Make the title of this video. YOUNGRIPPA wants the strikers to make less. Or, yeah, how about just wants strikers to make less? Simply that. I feel like just the most broad title is appropriate.
The actors unions, what do they want? Well, SAG-AFTRA wants something similar. They worry about AI and want to regulate its use. Addressing streaming is a big point. The union wants at least 2% of all revenue, not profit, generated by these streaming shows. They also want higher minimum rates and 11% general wage increases. Despite this being a gig economy, they want better pensions and health care as such. SAG-AFTRA has much longer of a list of demands. But my position on these strikes differs from most. Most are so worried about taking a side, namely the side of the actors or writers. I don't look at it this way. Make no mistake, they both need each other, so they are going to reach a deal. Hell, maybe by the time you see this video,
they did, and the strikers won.
Will have reached a deal. Anybody that says this is a situation of working class versus mega corporation, though, is lying as well. The unions in this...
Let's go ahead and look at the average income of the average striker. All right. The union's 160,000 members join the 11,000 Writers Guild of America members who have been striking since May. Let's see if we can find the number. $27.73 per hour. That's how much the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics reported as the average pay for California actors in 2022. However, the BLS noted in the data that actors aren't paid full-time year-round due to the nature of the job. That's a big part of it, too, you have to consider, is that this job is very on and off for most of these actors, and they're constantly looking for work. So, like, when they have work, it's like this island of stability that's very fleeting. A bit like being a YouTuber. See. Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson was the highest paid actor of 2022, ranking in $270 million, according to the Forbes list of highest paid entertainers. $270 million in a year is the cap for highest paid entertainer. That's surprisingly low. Is anyone else surprised at how relatively low that is? Wouldn't you think, like, there are entertainers out there making $500,000 a year? That's crazy. That's actually surprisingly low. Johnson received hefty paydays from his roles in Jungle Cruise and Red Notice, but according to Forbes, the majority of his earned income in 2022 came from his tequila brand, Terramana. The minimum amount of money a performer must take home 1 year to qualify for health insurance is $26,470. However, while well-known actors are paid millions of dollars to star in movies and TV shows, many members of SAG-AFTRA don't bring in enough income each year to meet the union's minimum requirement. According to Shan Sharma, an actor and SAG-AFTRA board member, just 12.7% of SAG-AFTRA members qualify for the union's health plan. So as it stands, the union itself isn't even able to provide most of their members with the benefits that it offers, because they can't afford to pay the union fees, because these union members make so little. Union fees are unfortunately very high, but they're necessary for the union to exist and be able to afford to pay everybody. It's like taxes for a small institution. It sucks, but if everybody who can afford to pays into it, then there's mutual aid almost for everybody. And it's not a perfect system, but it's better than just being left to the wolves.
This case are as pro-megacorp as anybody else. The more accurate way to assess this is that one side is begging for the access to the resources of the money holders. So ask yourself, if we are to believe that these production companies are the greedy devils, why on earth are they working so damn hard to make a deal with the devil?
Because they're employers and there's no alternative. They have no choice. Just enormous IQ take.
This is inexcusable. Now more than ever have the means been more affordable and decentralized. The internet.
Also, you're the one saying they're the devil. The whole devil thing that's a machination of your brain. You completely constructed this narrative in your own head.
It has ensured more connectivity with like-minded individuals. If you have a great idea, you can connect with people to make dreams come true with a decent budget. And let these people tell it, we are dealing with the most creative, valuable people in the world. Yet for some reason, all the...
Why does he have to, like... I see why his content's falling off. He can't even take the pseudo-intellectual route. He has to do this weird passive-aggressive, like he doesn't even pretend to take, like, left-wing people seriously in his videos.
Solutions require a deal with the devil. These geniuses have been unable to find a way to evolve from the current setup of entertainment. These people won't pull their resources together and come up with their own studios that are disconnected from the mega corporations.
Just make your own studios is now their take. Before it was make your own games, make your own movies, and they got mad when they made their own games and made their own movies. Now it's make your own studios.
There's never been a better time than now to have that be the focus, yet this isn't even considered, and that shouldn't be ignored. Either these people aren't as competent as we're led to believe, or there is far much more to the story, possibly both. If these people spent their energy coming up with creative ways to correct the problems they have, they wouldn't need to beg.
Like what? A good one is striking. Coordinating a strike like this is a pretty creative solution. Pretty impressive, too. I like how his like, here's what you should do is a vague, non-specific statement that means nothing. When what the strikers are doing is actually something that actually did something.
For scraps from the devil. I can't give these people any leeway. Why? Because I did it. I saw a problem with the comic book industry. These issues were creative and economic. I didn't like...
Here it is, his shill for his own comics, which, by the way, apparently have completely fallen off and are making no money. And he's apparently under fire right now for apparent charity fraud. Did he make a superhero who has a cross? Did he make a religious superhero? Are these supposed to be the villains in the background? Is this supposed to be like a gangster dude bearing gold grills on his teeth? Why does it look like a GTA 5 loading screen? Like, tell me this doesn't look like an over-the-top parody, like a parody that like like a parody art that GTA would do for like a loading screen. It's literally ridiculous. And the superhero concept of the Jesus superhero feels very GTA satire as well. Very Rockstar kind of satire.
Like the direction of the general content, and I don't like how creatives.
Yeah, you're right. It's a chastity belt. The cross protects his crotch. It protects his cock from the evils of pussy, and maybe bunghole.
On time, or they're paid very little. So I took a risk. I invested hundreds of thousands of my own dollars, and now we've made more than $6 million.
That's hard to hear. Ooh.
In sales in a year, and everybody here is paid competitively and on time. My contractors get the money almost immediately upon submission of their work. For our books, we have favorable bonus structures for our writers, and our employees get benefits. And should there ever be a problem, we can address it and pivot when needed. This is why our folks don't shriek the Rippaverse like it's just some other gig. They scream it from the mountaintops that they work for this company. But the actors and writers,
dude, you guys got to make sure I don't forget to check in on this channel over the next couple months. I really want to make sure I'm there to watch the downfall of this entire company and brand and his entire channel.
in entertainment aren't trying to evolve from the unions or making deals with the megacorps. The other non-striking entertainers, like directors that cheer these people on, aren't coming up with creative ideas to evolve either or work with them. Here's the truth and why it's a match made in hell. The status quo, regardless of how much they complain about it, is much more preferable than the uncertainty that comes with independence. The megacorporations are the only entities that can assume that type of risk, lose millions and even billions of dollars, yet still pay these people even in poor performance. They are able to...
This is just him ranting about how, like, desperate and evil and greedy the workers are. And, like, it's kind of funny because the strikers got what they wanted, and this video's, like, you know, a little bit older. So everything that he didn't get what he wanted. The strikers didn't make less money. They're now making more, and they got a bunch of their demands.
Subsidize so many of these fake jobs, and that gives them a sense of importance. In the event that the entire industry is fundamentally changed, yet there may not be billion-dollar films ever again. The way we look at TV will be completely different. And to that I say, so what? That doesn't mean things wouldn't be extremely profitable. What it does mean is that many of you wouldn't make it on the other side because it'd be more merit-based. You'll also be forced to see.
I love fake libertarians. They're like, we live in a meritocracy. If somebody has made it, it's because they worked hard. What about that guy over there whose parents are super rich and he got to go to private school and had private tutoring and, like, the best teachers and best living environment ever? Was, like, did he put in more meritocratical effort than the kid who was raised by a single mom next door to a crack house in the inner city, whose school is paid for by, like, really low income property taxes, so the teachers make no money and don't love their job and hate teaching, and the police are looking for any excuse? I don't know. I don't think we live in a meritocracy, personally.
The economic reality, and your pockets will be punished in the event you produce things that nobody wanted. You wouldn't be able to fail upwards like so many of you do. That's the one thing that I will agree with that unions are good for: protecting bad and mediocre people.
Unions are good for protecting bad and mediocre people. God, he's so mad. Do you think his workers are trying to unionize? Guys, do you think the workers for his comic are trying to unionize? Because this is emotional. No one gets this emotional about this topic and being this anti-union unless they have a very personal tie to it. Do you think his workers are trying to unionize and they're threatening to? Oh, that'd be funny.
Mega corporations are the only ones that can do that. These people are as pro-mega corporation as anybody else, like I've said before, and don't let them get away with acting like this is some sort of working class bullcrap. If you all collectively decided to be detached from these mega corporations, your industry would...
That's what a strike is, until they do the things that make them not bad. That's literally what a strike is. You're saying, why do they want to work with these companies if they're so bad? Because if the companies give in to their deal, then the companies won't be bad.
change for the better. Funding shouldn't be an issue. The actors at the top of these unions have a lot of money, and if you can't, go crowdfund it or something. If people actually want it,
They did crowdfund a lot of money, and a lot of people volunteered to like feed and water and provide shade for these strikers voluntarily in order to help them because they all recognize how good of a goal this is to achieve.
they subsidize it, but that's not attractive, is it? It's much better, according to you, to have some institution that can spend $200 million on something that people don't want. So call everybody and their mother a scab because they aren't kissing the ass of the union. That won't change the fact that you refuse to be a part of the solution instead.
So is everybody now a scab who's against the unions, or is everybody being a pussy and being pro-union because it's the easy option? What is it now? We've gone from everyone is wrong to everyone is right in one video.
And you work to ensure the power of the billion-dollar corporations, and they know you need them to subsidize your bad ideas so that you don't assume much risk. The way of the future is decentralization. Instead of having billion-dollar corporations, you'd have $1,000,000 and $1,000 productions.
Yeah, how's that going to work without government overreach, buddy? Are the companies just going to do that on their own? Is that just going to happen all the time? Is it some? Do these big corporations exist only because of government guidelines that prevent corporations from doing things that help them balloon massively through harmful means? Is it somehow the government's fault that corporations are so big?
Maybe it becomes more niche, and that's only.
You could make the argument that the government gives these large corporations big bailouts when the economy's in the shit and they fuck themselves in the stock market. But I mean, those companies kind of provide very vital necessities. It's usually companies that, like, without them operating, like we'd kind of be pretty fucked, to be fair. So as bad as the government bailouts are, when you look into them a little deeper, you're like, I don't know if I want Microsoft to go under. That seems like it would be bad.
The problem for those that don't really want solutions and are just putting on a performance for the public. Nobody on this side claims that it would be easy to do what I'm suggesting. I've done it already.
By the way, if you think that's impossible, you don't know the stock market. Like, I think the Wall Street Bets thing kind of brought this to a lot of people's attention. Massive multi-billion-dollar corporations with tens of billions of dollars worth of assets can literally go bankrupt if the right things happen in the stock market in a week. If the economy goes into a recession and the right things happen, it can happen in a week. It's insane how cumulative losses can be in the stock market, and a lot of these companies' value is held in stock.
There will be challenges, but at minimum, you can address your gripes. You can solve them instead of begging someone else, especially someone that you deem as evil and greedy, to embrace your ideals.
Bro, the whole point of capitalism is having new businesses take over the old businesses. You can't do that if you bail them out. Absolutely not true, because if a company is just... There's tons of businesses that are completely vital that have been superseded despite there being government bailouts, because another company comes along and does it better. So it literally still happens. I don't know how you're saying it can't happen if we do bailouts. It's happening all the time. Companies get replaced. However, when it's something that's so... necessary to culture, like our society's function, yeah, the government needs to bail them out. I know it sucks, but that's how it is. Don't get too libertarian brained. It's a poison, okay? It's a poison. I hope you guys enjoyed that segment, because boy golly, do I have to pee. I'll be right back. Woo, I feel so much better. My bladder was really on the verge there towards the end of that segment, I gotta tell ya. I am glad that video came to an end when it did. Could have ended sooner. He wasn't really saying much of anything towards the, like, 2/3 of the way in mark. I hope you guys are enjoying the stream so far. It's been very fun. We've gotten 5 segments done so far. And I actually have 7 lined up for today. Very much enjoying the stream. I'm glad to hear that. Consider dropping a like if you're enjoying it. It really helps a lot. It's really, really supportive, and it's completely free, and it just takes a second. So consider hitting that like button. Did you pee your pants or river rush into toilet? Oh, I just absolutely pissed in that toilet. That toilet didn't know it hit it. Well, it definitely knew, because it was piss. Actually enjoying the stream? Nice, Mogminer. I'm glad you like it here. Paragon229, thank you for the $5 donation. Very kind of you, very base. Says, hey Zan, would you be able to try out a game called Gun Rocks? It's a unique turn-based strategy game made by a Ukrainian company that has fallen on hard times due to the war. Gameplay on YouTube. Gun Rocks. Huh. Interesting. It doesn't really look like it's up my alley, but I feel like this could be... This could be up some people's alley for sure. Thank you, Paragon. I appreciate it. Thank you for the support. One sec. Thank you so much. Oh, and on top of that, I think I got a... Yep. Summerstar, thank you for the $2 donation. I appreciate it. Sent me a link to a Dubus Goobus video. If I remember to watch that in a minute, if I don't remember, then resend it, Summerstar, in chat and say, remember to watch this. Taco Face Fart, thank you for the $3 donation as well. Really appreciate it. Said, who has hotter feet pics between Israel and Palestine? I hate you for asking that question, but for the sake of being based, I guess Palestine. God. Thank you for the support, guys. Let's check out this game. This is made by a Ukraine. Oh, okay, that might be copyrighted music. This is made by a Ukrainian developer who is currently falling on hard times right now due to the war. So send some support. It's called Gun Rocks. Gunrox. Looks a little Fallout 1 inspired, with a bit of Age of Empires vibe. I'm not really an RTS guy, but this looks interesting. Maybe a little Warhammer? Huh. If this seems like it's up your alley, check it out. Send some support to a Ukrainian dev who's under hard times because of the literal invasion. Avalon of Babylon, thank you for the 3 Tier 1 gifted subs, gifted to Steve Lodge, Hrundo, and the Moon Above. I hope they appreciate that. I know I appreciate the $15. Thank you. Said, Zan is a fucking nerd. I know I'm a nerd, and I'm proud. Yo, I'll never be ashamed of being a nerd. I'll never be ashamed of being a nerd. I'm a proud nerd. All right. Alright, y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Well, recently I did a video on some pretty relevant drama at the moment having to do with one of the most long-time hated YouTube scum-sucking bottom-feeder content creators named Sniper Wolf. Old name, I believe, was Sexy Sniper, I believe, was her OG name. Really awful woman. She has been the bottom feeder of YouTube content using her sort of e-girl aesthetic in order to get views of horny young men for the most part. And sadly, a surprising amount of young girls watch her as well, due to her massive success, which has been done through some of the most dishonest and unlikable methods possible. She's basically become a girl boss, to the extent that YouTube acknowledges her as one of the successful, powerful female creators on the platform. Well, right now, she is under fire for, well, doxing Jack Saint. Or not Jack Saint, sorry. Jack's Films. You know, the names with YouTubers, they just roll off the tongue, and sometimes the wrong name rolls off. Jack's Films, popular YouTuber, OG YouTuber, been on the site for well over 10 years now. Very large and talented YouTuber. I love the guy. He's been a great content creator I've watched for a very long time. He's been doing a parody channel making fun of the fact that, as of late, Sniper Wolf's go-to content method is just straight up content theft. Just watching random TikToks and video clips and reacting in the most minimal ways possible, adding absolutely nothing to it, making it worth, you know, her doing a reaction other than the very clear engagement farming that her content is. Now, she has since threatened Jack's Films with multiple things such as legal action, but here's the thing. Some new stuff has boiled over, and as of a couple weeks ago, this story hit the headlines, but it's now become really relevant because of the Jack's Films stuff. YouTuber Sniper Wolf is allegedly being sued by husband, former collaborator, 1 year after their breakup. That's right. This guy. Here's a picture of them together. Oh, this is a good picture. I like this picture a lot. This guy is suing her 1 year after their relationship. I have no idea why. So let's find out. Drama bomb! One of the most viewed creators on YouTube is being sued by her husband and former collaborator, and his lawsuit filing may have confirmed widespread suspicions that she fakes all of her content. For those that don't know, it's been long confirmed that back when she did gaming content, all of her gaming footage was faked. She would pretend like she was playing a game because, you know, hot girl playing video games automatically attracts gamer dudes. And she had a pretty high ranking in Overwatch, too, which was public. So she kind of used that as verification that she was a real gamer. Thing is, though, she got caught multiple times not hitting the right buttons when showing her controller on streams. Turned out that multiple message leaks showed that her ex, as we now know, was the one recording the gameplay, and she was just pretending to play it. And he was also the one, or no, I think she was hiring a pro Overwatch player to boost her account, and that person leaked all of the financial transactions and everything. So she's been outed as faking that kind of stuff for a while. Sniper Wolf, whose legal name is Aaliyah Shalish, has over 34 million subscribers since she joined the platform in 2013. Her bread and butter is reaction content wherein she watches other viral videos and TikToks and reacts to them in real time on camera. Reaction videos have caused a rift within the creator community recently over whether she should be classified as stolen content. Whether they should be classified over stolen content. Shalish is at the forefront of this debate since she runs one of the biggest reaction channels on YouTube. In July, YouTuber Jack Douglas, professionally known as Jax Films posted an 11-minute video accusing Shalish of freebooting. Freebooting is a form of piracy where someone re-uploads a video they didn't make and don't have the rights to. Douglas alleged that Shalish or someone on Shalish's team made a majority of her estimated 16 million net worth by downloading viral TikToks and editing them into her videos without giving proper credit. Therefore, she's getting all this revenue, but the original creators aren't. Her commentary isn't so much transformative as it is just summarizing what we're watching, Douglas says in his video. It's not even content, it's non-tent. This is basically summarizing what we already know, but I want to get into the juicy stuff, so let's read a little bit further down. For the record, alleged is carrying a lot of weight here, considering that I have 2 documents that are the literal court filings. So there's no alleged lawsuit. There just is a lawsuit. I have the court filings, and I'm ready to show them to you guys in a minute. Anyway, Shalish's husband, another content creator named Evan Young, professionally known as Sausage, claims in the lawsuit that he was her collaborator when it came to making content for the popular channel. While the two are still legally married, the lawsuit says they officially broke up for good in September 2022. Sniper Wolf also confirmed the breakup in an X post in July. According to court documents, Sniper Wolf is facing 7 counts: breach of fiduciary duty, breach of contract, breach of implied covenant of good faith fair dealing, tortious interference with contractual relations, and business expectancy conversion, accounting, and appointment of receiver. That's just a lot of contract breach shit, basically. In the lawsuit, Young claimed that he had been curating and scripting Sniper Wolf's content for years. He referred to Sniper Wolf's channel as a joint venture and claimed that they created the YouTube account. They used a combination of personal information between the two of them. While Sniper Wolf was the face of the Sniper Wolf YouTube channel, Young is and was at all times heavily involved in the creative content and operations. Young court documents read, including but not limited to concept, origination and development, script writing, directing, video editing, posting, finished videos of the channel, and market research and analysis, among other things. A couple of YouTubers have recapped the lawsuit, including creator Atozi, who posts talk show style videos about internet culture events. So, essentially, he has just spilled the sausage. He has revealed that this entire time he has been the mastermind behind her content, and she has been nothing but the pretty face. At the time, Sniper Wolf's old YouTube channel called Sexy Sexy Sniper, she denies the existence of this channel, by the way, to this day. She's a compulsive liar. Was dedicated to videos of her playing video games, except some viewers thought she was faking it. Quote, "It was a big deal back then in the heyday of Call of Duty, because a large contributor to her early rise was, 'Oh, woman played a video game really well, very nice, subscribe,'" Atozi explains, and to pretty much no one's surprise, she denied it. According to recent lawsuits, Young is alleging that the gameplay footage was played and recorded by Young, while Sniper Wolf merely read and reacted to the gameplay. With how involved Young says he was with building and sustaining the Sniper Wolf brand, what he is fighting for with this lawsuit is the money. He claimed he and Sniper Wolf entered an agreement in 2013 to evenly split revenue from their channels and continued to do so until September 2022 when they broke up. I can't read right now. My eyes are kind of unfocusing. Oh yeah, apparently I'm Alex found old videos of her soliciting minors for sexual acts. I saw this earlier. For the record, I hate I'm Alex. I genuinely hate this YouTuber. He goes by Alex Elmsley now. I genuinely hate this guy. I'm pretty sure he was a big player behind the false allegations against Slazo back in the day. Who remembers Slazo and the false pedo allegations he faced? And the false, sexual assault allegations he faced, where the accuser was groomed by YouTubers into making the allegations. I'm pretty sure this guy was one of those people. So, fuck this YouTuber. From my knowledge of that entire situation, he wasn't a big contributor, but yeah, it wasn't great. Yeah, if he was a part of that, still, fuck him. But regardless, apparently he's apologized, but still, that still rubs me the wrong way. I don't like this guy. I just principally do not like this guy. Regardless, apparently he did a video about even more drama that's rise to the surface, involving her soliciting minors on Omegle. Let's watch.
Come on, let's go. Let's go. Get your mom in here. Let her talk too. Yeah, your son's doing all this for tits.
God, some women really think they're just immune to the social expectations of how adults should behave around children, huh? Like, I'm not in favor of like the insane conservative like moralizing around children, but there is a certain level of, you know, preserving a child's innocence, I think is, you know, a valuable idea. And I feel a lot of women in particular just feel immune to that. Like, for example, like, I have seen grown women give, like, 6-year-old, like, stranger grown women give, like, a 6-year-old boy a kiss on the cheek for being nice or something. And it's like, dog, if a guy did that, like, that's so weird. Is it not weird? Is it not weird if we flip the genders? Is it not weird? Come on. Like, is there any reason why we, like, realistic reason why we don't see it as weird when women do it? I feel like women feel as though they're kind of immune to the expectation that adults should not be weird in that way around kids.
I have found a video today of Sniper Wolf committing what I can only call as crimes, soliciting sexual stuff off of teenagers in a YouTube video that was uploaded
That's a haircut.
nearly a decade ago that sat on the platform with over 2 million views and is monetized. This video is horrifying. It's one of the worst things I've ever watched. I'm going to try and heavily blur as much of the stuff out as possible, but the video is on YouTube. I would suggest not going to watch it because frankly, it endangers the people who are in it. And it's just horribly horrific and wrong. It's disgusting.
Why's your shirt rolled up like that? What are you doing?
This is like that 2012, 2013 era of Omegle content. I love doing Omegle trolling stuff. It's fun, but you have to understand, back in the day, the content creators that did this stuff were being really over the, like, they were doing shit on there that would not fly today. If you want to see some shit that'll change your perspective on a YouTuber, go back to their like 2011, 2012, 2013 Omegle content, and you'll hear them say and do some weird shit. There was a much lower bar back then. There was much less accountability for obvious red flags.
You think that's cute? You think that's attractive? Why's your shirt like that? Are you wearing PJ pants?
You could click away.
You're making a fool out of yourself.
No,
She could click away.
Sniper Wolf, if anybody's making a fool out of themselves in this video, it is you. The fact that you thought that this was a good idea under the pretense of it being Omegle trolling, and when you upload
She could click away, she could edit it out, numerous things.
the unedited footage to YouTube is insanity. And I can't believe that you've managed to build a career where you've now been found to harass other content creators by doxing Jack's Films, turning up to his house, ordering ice cream to his house to try and goad him outside so you could harass him in person. You go back and you see this? You know, children? You know, the stuff with Jack's Films crossed a line.
I know it's in California, but like, God, I hope Jack's Films Second Amendments himself the fuck up and just protects himself if necessary. Like, I like, this lady is clearly not mentally stable. I wouldn't put it past her to try to break into someone's house and like film it for a video and think that she's like immune to the consequences of those actions. She genuinely seems that unhinged. She's already gone to his house and posted a picture of it on Instagram Reels. how far off is that really from breaking in on video, thinking that she's immune to the consequences of that? Not too far off. Yeah, his dogs would eat her alive. His 3 little yappy dogs.
That was insane, but this being publicly uploaded to your YouTube channel shows kind of the insanity behind the mental case that you are.
I'll type it.
She asked for them to twerk. This is, whenever it says you, because she's recording and it's her video, that's Sniper Wolf. Sniper Wolf is you.
Come
On
on.
these text messages. Oh yeah, I remember these in my recommend. Oh my god. Holy fuck. I just had a Jimmy Neutron brain blast. I unlocked ancient memories that have been fogged over by the fog of time. I remember scrolling through Minecraft videos back in the day in like 2011, 2012. She would make videos that were like going on Omegle and telling people I'll show tits. Like something along those lines in the title. It was back in the prime era of YouTube horny baiting in thumbnails. Back when like there were just literally tits in every thumbnail. There were just like either ass or cleavage in every single thumbnail that like clickbait videos would do because there was no standards or guidelines back then.
In this clip, we have 2 clearly teenagers. I've blurred their faces for the sake of this video, but it is quite obvious if you watch the original that these people are no older than like 14, 15. And that's at a push, by the way. They're clearly minors. Sniper Wolf comments into the chat, twerk for me, and then she says, I will show my private parts. And then the kids, right, are like, oh yeah, this is a great idea. Little do they know that, you know, they're being filmed. Little do they know about the safety of being on with a stranger. They've just matched with a stranger who is clearly an adult woman who is offering to do this for them. Not thinking about all of the dangers that this could actually have, like what she's encouraging them to do. Like the consequences to this could be life ending. Horrible. I mean, you are manipulating minors to commit sexual acts in return for something. This is a crime. And just because it's protected under trolling, Omegle trolling or irony, no way, Jose. I don't think I would hold up in a court.
Sadly, the standard is much higher to meet when it comes to women, generally, because there needs to be will to pursue this. And not only that, but this was over a decade ago, almost. So, like, pretty much over a decade ago. I don't know how much legal power there is here. Like, I'm pretty certain that no legal action could really be taken. Those kids are all in their 20s now. But yeah, I don't think that there's any action that can be taken, sadly, on a legal... Like, there should be. There should be, but I don't think there can be. The phrase is Zoomers know how shit she is, and us Zoomers have seen her doing this for years is honestly horrifying. Yeah... It really is sad that there's a really broad generational gap between the people in charge at YouTube and the entire culture on the website, to the point where we have been aware of big problems like this for a while, but it's literally a cultural thing to know who Onision is. But the people in charge at YouTube don't, because the generational gap. It's tantamount to the Catholic priests knew exactly what they were doing. No, Zan, don't phrase it as anything other than what it is. Yeah, no, it's the same thing. Like they genuinely are disconnected, and it is a very much like the Catholic Church situation with a lot of these content creators who have been known about as like threats to people for years. There is no generational gap. It's exactly the same thing that has perpetuated society for centuries. Yeah, but it's more so in the sense of YouTube's management. That like they definitely know, but there's not as much knowledge behind the scenes as I think a lot of people assume. More recently, I've gotten more insights to how YouTube runs on the inside, and there's just a lot of naivety. Like, there's just genuinely a lot of naivety about the state of YouTube and the culture and the state of the platform and the nature of the content creators' content. They're not actually sitting there watching popular YouTubers' videos all day and learning what the state of the culture is and what's going on here. They literally don't know. They just know backend. They just know code. They just know whatever their job is what they know. There's not a lot of coordination, and there's higher-ups that make big decisions. It's very disjointed.
Of law, and there is no two ways of slicing this.
Yeah, let's go. Come on. No, come on. Let's do it. Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's fucking awesome. Yeah. Let's get the little guy, too. I wanted to see the little guy.
That's awesome, she says.
Right, I think that's where we're gonna cut it off. Yeah, I feel dirty, and I also need a shower as well, Mari Spare. I think that's where I'm gonna cut it off, because I feel violated by that last bit. You know that, like... You know that thing that Hank Hill does, where he goes, whoa! And he, like that spine tingle thing he does? I had one of those when I heard her say the little guy. I got one of those, like, things where, like, you can't control it, but your spine, you just feel goosebumps go up your spine, and it's like one of those things. Yeah, I had a real Hank Hill whoa moment. Ugh. Yeah, so didn't think it was possible, but the Sniper Wolf situation's getting even worse. She really, really is due for an Illuminati style, like, downfall. We really need it. We really, really need it. It's been a long time coming. I think YouTube needs to step in and take executive action. Alrighty, what do you guys think of that segment? I feel like it came out pretty damn good. I forgot the Doobus Goobus video. Well, now we've got time to watch it, because I just finished the segment. Thank you, Summerstar.
I better check the site.
YouTube's Sick Little Games.
Oh boy, I better check the site that is my job.
Use a down, boy!
What do you mean?
You haven't uploaded in a month, you greedy little boy! You must be punished with the down symbol, the down symbol!
This is the best fucking video ever. I'm currently looking at the gray down symbol too, because I took 2 weeks off streaming and uploading from being in Florida. And triple uploads are going to change it, but yeah. You get punished with the down symbol.
I've been sick and sad for weeks, man. Come on.
You have 1 day to make a cartoon or I'll kill you!
How am I gonna make a cartoon?
Slash the budget!
How am I gonna? What happened to my lip movements?
Yeah, stills!
It's just making it. I'm not green.
No more coloring, it's a waste of time!
It looks worse.
Who cares in the name of content? You know it, cut out the middleman!
Why am I a sticky note?
Yes, we'll shit this stuff out like no tomorrow! Then you'll be a good boy!
I don't get it. My audience was supportive.
I'm not the audience, I'm the analytics! I fucking hate you!
Oh yeah.
Now dance, monkey!
Please, chat. It's exactly that. It's exactly this.
Oh boy, I better check the site that is my
It's
job.
just this.
Down, boy!
What do you mean?
You haven't uploaded in a month, you greedy little boy! You must be punished with the down symbol, the down symbol!
I've been sick and sad for weeks, man. Come on.
You have 1 day to make a cartoon or I'll kill you!
How am I gonna make a cartoon?
Thank you, Summerstar. This was very worth it. This is very worth it. God, the down symbol! Holy fuck, that's a like. Oh my god. Chat, you know what I did last night? Or no, it was this morning. In FF14, no spoilers in chat. You better not post a spoiler in chat for FF14. Because other people haven't done it yet. But today, I did the vault. I did the vault. And before we did it, my friend Ethan was like, Alex, I need you to watch this meme, and you'll understand it after this cutscene. And sent me this meme. If you know what it means, you're gonna laugh your ass off at this. After you help a new sprout beat the vault, FF14 animated, this is the new player. The shrug. The little shrug at the end. She doesn't know. It's so fucking good. You are laughing your ass off if you understand this game. I can't wait to be the one who knows now. I cannot wait to be the one who knows now. You better believe I'll be showing this to all of my friends that I run through the vault before they do the cutscene. Just hit them with the knowing look. No spoilers, just a knowing look. Just for the slightest bit of context for people who don't know and never will, the way FF14 does it is once you beat a boss or a dungeon, a cutscene plays once you, like, leave the dungeon through, like, the little exit thing. And once you, like, run a new player through it, because, like, the game has very robust systems for getting new players who've never done content before, like, to run through it with veteran players who are well rewarded for running new players through it. And so at the end of the dungeon, you get, like, a moment where people hang around to talk for a second sometimes. And so that's, like, what was happening there. Like, okay, we ran you through the dungeon. It's time for you to leave and see your cutscene. Just the look knowing of what that new player is about to see when they continue the story through the exit. Because something happens. Yeah, have fun. They ensure the Empire doesn't win at the very outset of FF6 by virtue of helping lock the run-mill service in FF9. They protect players' households in FF11. There are Moogle bosses in FF14. Moogles are everything. Yeah, Moogles are one of those, like, through lines, yeah. Mogminer, do you play much FF14? You should join my free company. We've got, like, hundreds of players now. By the way, if you're not already in it, and you want to play video games with me, I was literally in the free company VC this morning just hanging out and playing the game with people. We literally ran through the vault together, and that's like where this whole story I've been telling happens. So hit that link if you want to join the free company. I can see who's joining, and I like seeing a big wave of new people join the recruitment each day whenever I shout out the free company. So Zanbot just posted the link to join. Please consider joining. It's free to play for the first 3 expansions, so it's literally hundreds of hours of free content. And by free trial content, I mean you don't even have to put in payment info, no card or anything, or anything like that. So it's a real free trial, not a put in your payment info and you get a month free, but we're going to charge you automatically. Not one of those. You don't even put in payment info until you're ready to pay. I'll go ahead and put a link in YouTube chat too, and in Twitch chat. Hop in there, and as far as getting the game installed and your character set up and joining a server, make sure to ask for help from someone who's already in there, because you might mess up in some ways while setting up your character or getting the game installed. That could potentially make it so you can't play on our server or whatever, so just make sure you get, like, help getting the right link and all that. It can be a little fucky getting, like, started on the game for the first time, but outside of that, it's very approachable. It's a very, very, like, time-respectful game. It respects your time very substantially. So yeah, please consider joining. We've got a really big and very warm community. It's all mostly my fans and people who I'm friends with, so yeah. Also, other YouTubers are no doubt going to join as well. Might be able to get Keffels to join. The fact that she can have a real Catboy Ranch in FF14, we might be able to get Keffels in there. So if you want to play it with Keffels too, you can also hop in. So yeah, the more the merrier. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Mogminer. If you're willing to risk $10, risk it in Xander Hall's direction, not Square Enix's direction. Yeah, just play the free trial. In the long run, I've had a more reliable return supporting Xan. Thank you, Mogminer. I appreciate that. Are you going to do a watch party for the upcoming Knuckles show on Paramount Plus this year? Maybe. I don't know about it. Paragon229, thank you so much for the $5 donation. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Said, yep, it's based on Fallout and some other games. The site is called ncord.com. That's for the game made by the Ukrainian developer that we talked about earlier. I'll go ahead and drop the link in chat. Go ahead and check it out if that Fallout 1-inspired RTS seems interesting to you and you want to support a hard on their times Ukrainian developer, an indie dev. Thank you so much for the support, guys. Oh, the Knuckles movie? Like Knuckles the Echidna? Maybe it's a new Sonic movie? I don't know, maybe. Or show? I don't know. I don't know. Perhaps. Maybe. We'll see if it gets good reviews and it's like, whoa, you gotta watch the Knuckles show. It's so good. If that happens, then perhaps. Hell yeah, Mogminer, check it out.
The Minecraft.
You guys got spoiled on what the 7th segment is today. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. All right, everybody. You guys know what time of year it is, right? It's Minecraft Con mob vote season. That's right. Listen, I swear this wasn't planned, Mogminer, but this segment was, it wasn't planned for me to do this while you were here. I had this segment planned out since, earlier, or later last night. So it's actually quite funny and completely coincidence that I'm doing this segment while an ex-Minecraft dev for Java Edition is in the chat. But we are currently going to be talking about the drama around the mob vote. Because, hey, I'm a political channel. Elections are political. Mob elections for a video game is a political topic, right? Right, guys? This counts, right? I say it counts. I say it counts. Friend of the channel, Jalen, has just put out a video about the drama surrounding the mob vote, the recurring drama that happens every year that a mob vote happens. And I actually did not watch this year's Minecraft event or follow the mob vote. I couldn't even vote in it because I don't have a Twitter account. So I'm curious to find out what happened because I didn't get to see any of the discourse this year. One of my favorite recurring yearly dramas is the unanimous dislike of the mob vote. It's sort of like a comfy tradition for me, part of the spooky season. Every October. Minecraft Live was terrible this year. It wasn't that bad. The new features I see a lot of promise in, and remember, they're showing a fraction of what gets added. We know from 1.20, they don't get our hopes up very high. They just show us, some basic things, and then we find out the depth of the update over time. And I actually prefer that way of doing things, to be honest. They overpromise every year, and now they literally can't overpromise. You can't overpromise if you underpromise, I guess. Anyway, with that said, let's check out the video. This is a friend of the channel, so links down in the description for the original, video if you want to go send some support. I highly recommend that you do. Please do. Let's not just joint content. And, yeah, let's check it out.
The Minecraft mob vote is always extremely controversial every single year it comes around. Whether it's adding useless mobs that make the night annoying, or adding a glowing squid because of...
I was gonna say they're not useless because they drop Phantom Membrane. Phantom Membrane could be replaced by another item. Let's be honest, guys. The Phantoms were just the biggest failure ever. The thought that we had when the Phantom was pitched was that they would be way, way, way high up in the sky. So you would have to be like on mountains or already quite high up to even encounter them. And that they would be like a dream hallucination that would be like a minor inconvenience at most. Yeah, you can just have mending for your Elytras. They really have no use. Yeah. Also, glow squids, I honestly don't mind. Glow squids have been retroactively given more use with their ink sacs, allowing you to give outline to signs, which is actually a really nice little feature I enjoy as a 2B2T player. And with Optifine and other mods that everybody uses when they play Java, they do glow. So, realistically, they do what they... like in most people's client, they're doing what they were advertised to do. So, I'm not too mad about it.
Minecraft YouTuber told everyone to vote for it, with Mojang seemingly taking forever to create these simple mobs that a modder can make in a few hours. The Minecraft community is sick and tired.
So my understanding is that while yes, a modder can create those things in a few hours, and modders like single people have done a lot of insane Minecraft overhauling mods that are just in fractions of the time Mojang has. At the same time, look at the stability of these mods compared to normal Minecraft. For all of Minecraft's faults, the amount of bugs, game-breaking exploits, and imbalanced problems that these mods have when you really get down to the brass tacks compared to vanilla Mojang released, approved Minecraft, it's night and day. Like, think back to even your favorite mod packs. If you play them for even a fraction of the amount of time you play a normal vanilla world, you will just break the game for the most part. Technic is a good example. You just break the game after like 3 days of playing and making a power flower. These are not things that could be realistically added to the game. There's a very high standard that needs to be met. And while I think they've been a little stingier lately, I respect the fact that standards have to be met. Mogminer says, would it be bad if I pointed out I left years before the mob vote became a thing? It is not bad to point that out. Fell out of the habit of playing Minecraft prior to the mob vote becoming a thing, and that mob vote is probably not a thing insofar as the devs will put their best immediate effort into it regardless of what the vote is. And also I have some experience with exactly what you're saying by virtue of adding rabbits. My coworkers at the time were the checks and balances. I wanted those hoppy little bastards to raid people's farm plots, but was outvoted. Yeah, like, there's a lot of people involved behind the scenes, so it's understandable that it's not the same as a small team of people, like 2 or 3 people or one guy making mods. In a lot of ways, there's just a lot of hangups. And there's Microsoft, which, there's a certain level of quality assurance that needs to be met on Microsoft's end, beyond the quality assurance Mojang has to keep up. Also, that's a great idea, and that should be the case, but I know exactly why that's not allowed. It's that policy that Jeb has, and a lot of the higher-ups at Mojang have, that nothing should be able to destroy your hard work when you're not involved. If a player is not present, outside of lightning strikes and creepers, nothing should be able to destroy your work or alter the world in, like, a negative way. And so if rabbits raided your farm, that breaks that fundamental rule of Minecraft's design philosophy, but it's an awesome idea, and I wish they did that. It would literally lead you to having to think more creatively about making farms, and it's a fantastic idea. And it makes rabbits like, damn pesky rabbits, it would be great. That's a damn good idea. I wish they did that.
Of the mob vote, and this year's mob vote has probably been the most controversial, and many people have decided to boycott this year's mob vote, making petitions, creating unions, calling for a revolution, and the sentiment.
God, I haven't felt like I wished I was on Twitter for a while, but this is a case where I genuinely wish I could be part of that. That is some top-tier Twitter LARP. I appreciate it. This is some unironically respectable LARPing.
Sentiment around the whole mob vote seems to be that Mojang is extremely lazy and that people don't want
It's not laziness. The fact that, like, the gaming community is so naive to the reality of game development that their interpretation of this is it's laziness is a very clear sign of why you should not take the gamers' consensus around, like, why a game is this or that seriously. Gamers don't know shit about game development. They will assume the worst and think that, like, the devs aren't late. They work for Microsoft, okay? Like, I like to make jokes about how they're going off on a vacation to wherever to research whatever thing they're adding to the game as a way of, like, spending that Microsoft money, and they're taking, like, 6-month-long vacations, but it's a meme. It's not actually the case. They aren't lazy.
Want to choose anymore. They want Mojang to either add all the mobs or just stop doing the mob vote. And I mean, in classic Mojang fashion, of course, they didn't listen to the community and they decided to do it anyway. So this year's mobs were a crab, an armadillo, and a penguin, with all of these mobs having their own unique features. Like the crab, for example, it can walk up blocks and it'll drop a new item, which is a crab claw, and that would have allowed players to interact with blocks from a distance, so basically increasing the reach. And the armadillo mob curls up when it's threatened, and it drops shoots that can be used to craft armor for tamed wolves, which is actually really cool. So you could add armor to your wolves, and you won't have to worry about.
That's what won. So you get armadillo scutes to use for your wolf armor. That's actually really neat. There's a pretty deep well of community involvement when it comes to the rabbits. I put the Monty Python killer rabbit of, oh my god, that was you! I never found one of the killer rabbits. I feel so sad I never found one of the killer rabbits. I was scared of those. Like, are those going to be like a problem? Because they kill you fast. As a 1 in 1,000 spawn chance with blood around its muzzle. A community member ended up pulling up an exchange from years ago where Notch said in sympathy that he, in other words, Mojang, would avoid putting blood in the game going forward. The blood was removed. It's absolutely possible to interact with the community of the game in a healthy and positive way. Yeah, I think that's pretty cool. Are there in the game? Because I thought they were removed. It's just difficult when the vast majority of gamers have an attitude that any given change is a small matter of programming. When from a broad perspective, it can potentially impact every facet of a game. Yeah, they don't understand how deep it goes. They think it's just like building a brick wall, but that's not how it is. It's more like polishing a tinfoil ball.
About like a creeper blowing them up or something, and it just kind of seems like penguins are just kind of cute.
They disabled its command only. I'm sorry, Mogminer. They should have kept the killer rabbit in survival by default.
They do apparently give you like a speed boost or something, but for the most part, they just kind of seem like a useless mob. But I mean, they are cute, okay? And
I do want penguins to be in Minecraft down the road. They should be added.
So of course, like
ice biomes need more special mobs to give them unique life.
Every year, there's a debate about which one's better. The crab adds more reach. That's kind of cool.
Hey, in the long run, I'm more proud of adding the ability to mod block models via resource packs. Holy shit. Hell yeah. Mogminer W.
Cool. The penguin is cute, okay? And then, of course, the armadillo adds wolf armor, which is cool, okay? Finally, wolves are getting something to protect them, okay? I like customizing wolves. I kind of feel like wolves should kind of get an update like the ocelots did. So then we have dogs in Minecraft. That would be kind of cool, Mojang. And it appears...
Yeah, breeding domesticated dogs would be neat, but that's a little too complex. Although we have the axolotl breeding. That's not far off. Dog breeding would be cool. Dog and cat breeding. I was only there for like a year, but there are some fond memories. That's nice. I'm glad you've got those memories. And that's just such an awesome experience to say that you've had. Like, being able to work for the creation of the biggest game in the world. The biggest game ever. It has topped Tetris.
Here's at the armadillo.
Of course I remember better than Wolves Rahab. I read it as rehab.
On the mob vote, and I mean, people of course aren't happy because they didn't want this mob vote to even go through in the first place. That's it. I'm putting my foot down. I demand you add the penguin and the crab this instant. Minecraft is my
want them both, yeah.
life. Removing the penguin and crab is basically the same as my parents divorcing. Consider your options carefully, Minecraft. November 18th, 2023. They better
Holy fuck. Minecraft better listen.
listen to this guy. He's serious. I can tell. He means business here. Tommy it just replies with sad. I don't want to be a Minecraft mob anymore. Holy shit. Even the Enderman is displeased. Open your eyes and see what they've taken from us. Babies in the comments crying is the best part of the mob vote every year. Yeah, you know what else is funny, Tubbo? You wasted $1 million on a Minecraft server that died. Okay, that was a bit too far.
I love the Minecraft Zoomers getting mad over, like, this modern stuff. I remember the first time I ever got mad about a Minecraft change was when they finally announced that zombie giants were never going to be in survival and get a use. I always thought that something would be done with zombie giants. I liked the idea of them so much. They were such a neat concept. Their hitboxes were broken as fuck, but, you know. I remember being so upset when I found out those weren't ever going to be, like, used for anything, and they just kind of got, you know, hidden.
I apologize, but you picked the wrong side, Tubbo. Congratulations. Now your dogs can stay at home, but well protected. Armadillo is not useful in any way, shape, or form. Well, I mean, it's at least a bit more useful than the penguin, so I'll give it that.
It's the most useful of the ones on the list.
We do not care. Add them all. The Creeper Revolution is now. F Mojang. Revolt against the mob.
We are going to be able to radicalize a generation of little Minecraft Zoomers into communism, guys. This is how we do it. The Minecraft gamers will be the vanguard of the revolution.
Vote for Armadillo. I'm guessing that this is a mod that someone created. I mean, like I said, this stuff can literally be created in hours. Okay, these features that Mojang takes years.
Yeah, listen, I know, but to be clear, the balancing and the amount of quality assurance is very much like I get it, but you don't know game development. The only people that don't agree with this are game developers. Although, to be fair, it's the design philosophy that's the problem. It's not the real issue is the design philosophy. But Zan, I don't want to fight alongside 14-year-old girls. I'm sorry. Yeah. It's mostly 14-year-old girls on, like, MC Twitter posting about how much they love Dream and Tommy in it. They'll be the vanguard of the revolution. We're going to have to kneel to the girl bosses that are going to bring in the era of worker solidarity. It's Jover. Sag. No, but seriously, the real issue is with the, like, development philosophy behind Minecraft right now. I have seen some pretty apt criticism from game developers. I know that I've seen the head dev of Terraria taking the piss out of Mojang lately, but it's not around Mojang being lazy. It's around Mojang not having the best design philosophy and not really being, as of late, too willing to listen to their very vocal fan base. Have you heard of Moon Channel? He's a lawyer. No. This is unrelated. No, we're not getting stunlocked. I've joined the counter-revolutionary forces.
To put in the game literally take hours for a modder. It makes no sense that they take so long to put such basic simple features into the game. I taught myself coding and modeling in 48 hours and added all 3 mobs from our mob vote to Minecraft just to show that Mojang is lazy. Is that like a moo bloom?
I get that it's a meme and all that, but this really just demonstrates how, like, blatantly unaware of how game development works gamers are. And as much as I can enjoy the taking the piss out of Mojang nowadays, it's so depressing to see game developers get the shit end of the stick from the state of gamers blaming the devs for everything that upsets them, and the lack of patience. It's particularly apparent in the Hytale sphere, where you've got, like, the people who are above 16 years old who are, like, completely fine and normal, and then all the, like, kids screaming and complaining about how they can't wait any longer and they're tired of waiting, as if that'll change anything. Hey, Holly and Hash, good to see you guys.
Golem, and I don't know what this thing is over here. And is that a turd?
Minecraft has a boatload of legacy code that needs to be cleaned up. I suspect even to this day there's a ton of tech debt that needs to be addressed. If all the developers were doing was working on new stuff, yes, it would be that quick, but it isn't. Completely true. I imagine every new thing breaks something else. Like, correct me if I'm wrong, didn't you say that the first thing Notch ever said to you was sorry about the code? Because him and his ex-wife, like, just kind of did what they could at the start of it, and Minecraft was built on a Swiss cheese foundation. Yeah. Oh, Hash, you'll appreciate this because you're, like, very into Minecraft coding and stuff like that. Mogminer is a Minecraft, ex-Minecraft Java dev who worked for a year at Mojang. They made rabbits. September 2013 was, I was here in Stockholm for the interview. Wow. September 2013, where was I? Where was I? I was probably at school, excited to come home and play Minecraft. That's so wild. You were working on the game during the peak of my Minecraft, like, playing and hype. Finally got to meet the man. My first introduction to him was at the office. We shook hands and he apologized for the quality of the code. I had to explain that it's actually not that bad. Honestly, it's impressive what he did. Like, it's definitely not that bad. Like, what has been created with it is impressive, but it could be better. The difference between Minecraft and most commercial games is that most commercial games aren't easily decompiled. Yeah, Minecraft can basically just be reproduced easily. Like, you can just, like, reproduce Minecraft extraordinarily easily, steal assets. Yeah. That's definitely a unique aspect of Minecraft for a game its size, especially since Minecraft is the game. It is the biggest game of all time. That's wild. Give Hash the check mark. Oh, yeah. I'll do that. Give me 1 second.
Apparently, this mob vote had over 5 million votes. I mean, 5 million people, that's a lot. It looks like... It looks like...
Obviously, people aren't going to abstain from the vote when it's that easy, and it's going to affect a game they actually play. Believe it or not, people, even when they feel disaffected from the electoral process, will still vote if they can directly see the effect the election has on their lives. And in the case of a game and a feature being added, it's a pretty good motivator for people to take part in the electoral process. Plus, it's easy to vote. And the less roadblocks there are, the more people vote. So just the smallest roadblocks result in massive voter disenfranchisement.
Like the revolution was not as successful as people hoped it would be. I hope that Mojang just listens to the community for once and ends the mob vote. I'm never gonna get over the piss cow, okay? Like, it's a yellow cow. That's better than a glowing squid. The glowing squid is so useless and it's awful. I hate it so much. I just don't understand why they won't add all of these mobs. I mean, they've created them. They've coded them. They've made the features. Like, imagine...
They said that they're on the backlog, to be fair, so apparently we'll be getting those down the road. But there's no guarantee that ever happens. That promise could be turned back on anytime. A lot of cleanup that needed doing circa 1.8 was extremely invasive and isn't the sort of thing that third-party modding API could reasonably do, at least not with an enormous amount of coupling to the code base for a specific version. It has less to do with monetization and more to do with updating. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, like Minecraft this is just fundamentally a lot of gamers not understand. Like, they have a reason to be mad, and they should be mad, but they're mad for the wrong reason. They're attributing it to the wrong thing, and they don't understand coding well enough to properly evaluate what the problem is.
How awesome that would be to load up the next Minecraft
Oh, it's okay, Mogminer. It happens.
update and have 3 cool new mobs in the game. I guess maybe they don't want to like put too many mobs in the game. Maybe, but like, you're gonna have that problem anyway if you keep doing the mob vote every year and adding a new mob every year. 10 years from now, there's gonna be 100 new mobs in the game. The sniffer, dude. Who voted?
Well, that's fine. I'm fine with having tons of new mobs in the game. The more the merrier, in my opinion.
For that thing. It's so ugly, dude. I despise the Minecraft mob vote, okay? I miss when it was just, oh, someone added a horse mod. You know, we like horses. We want that in the game, and not just like, okay, here's your horses. Anyway, that is this year's Minecraft mob vote. It was kind of funny to see everyone come together and try to protest Mojang, but it was
Okay, to be clear, the horses were literally from the Mo Creatures mod, right? Like, weren't they literally, like... Weren't they literally Mo Creatures horses? I mean, back in the day, it feels like Mojang was way more willing to, like, work with mod stuff. But now they hire a lot of modders, so it's, you know, it's sort of a mixed bag. I really like that Kojo Max, the creator of the Tropicraft mod, has been hired. He's behind the bamboo getting added in 1.20. The main thing is that even within the Java version, cleanup could be a huge issue. You might have the code for habits have inside unlocked. I like reading your messages, Mogminer, because they're interesting, even if they're not towards me.
looks like it's gonna take a lot more to get them to listen. So you know what that means.
Drop the anvil on Mojang. Anyway, that's a good video from Jalen. I appreciate the summary of the situation. Very good video. Jalen is, of course, a friend of the channel, so if you want some based commentary videos that are not coming from a Nazi or like a weirdo conservachud, then go check out Jalen. Here's a link. There you go. Go send some support. Go say Zan sent you. Go subscribe. Go leave a like. And make sure to say Zan sent you, because I like it when people say Zan sent them. It makes me look good, and I like it when you guys make me look good. I hope you guys like that segment. Did you guys enjoy? That was the last segment I had planned, but good lord, do I have a cranial fucking migraine. Give me a second, chat. I need to close my eyes for a minute. Ugh. Staring at a screen for this long is not good for me, guys. I might have to wrap up stream without much of a cooldown. I feel all nauseous and dizzy, and I've got a migraine in my eye sockets, like right around here. Very not fun. Very not fun. Drink water? Good idea. I will definitely drink some water. Mogminer, I should be doing a gaming stream pretty soon. Would you like to have our conversation on my next gaming stream? Because I won't have any prior engagements scheduled to like work around, and it'll be a much more chill environment for it. Frankly, I'll probably be playing Minecraft while we do it, so it's it'd be a fitting setting. Ugh. Oh. Thank you, Mogminer. Peppermint oil on the temples helps with headaches. Interesting. Vosh is currently having camera issues. I'm sorry to hear that. Hopefully you can fix those. I can guarantee nothing without knowing date ranges, but I'm game. I'll DM you. before my, I'll DM you the day of, like, in the morning, and then, like, as I'm starting, my gaming stream. If you can't make it, it's all good. I'll just, like, hit you up next time. Ugh. Whew. Anyway, guys, remember, my free company is poppin', !FC in my website chat if you want to join my Final Fantasy XIV free company. That's the Discord server for it, and I hang out in there a lot, so if you want to hang out with me, it's a good place to go to do it. With all that said, I'm going to go raid into Vaush. Go over to Vaush's stream and tell him I sent you, okay? If I raid into him, then he has to raid into me. Those are the rules of streaming, okay? That's how it works. If I do that, then you have to do that. So those are the rules. Make sure he's actually sitting at the chair, though, because he's off camera right now. But yeah, I'm going to host him on the website. Go raid him. Go raid him. Go raid Vaush. Go now, my pretties. Go! Also, before you go, Zan, Holly want to play Fortnite. Zan, Holly wants to play Fortnite with you at some point. I'm considering reinstalling it for the new season with the time travel thing for the nostalgia. I may install it tonight if my brain is no longer burning. So if you guys are down, I may hop on. I may play some Fortnite. I may indulge in the devil's poison. Anyway, go to Vaush and say Zan raid. See you later. Doo-doo fart.